sign for the wall.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spirit and Salt, episode number 10. 10 episodes, gang. That's fucking wild.
The X makes sense, and I'm not there to do it.
It actually does. Yeah, it could have been an X this time for 10.
I did X.
Oh, wow. Gang, last time on Spirit and Salt, we had a real chonky boy of an episode. A lot happened. You guys were aboard a train heading from Daybreak City to the mining town of Prospect, with the eventual goal of traveling through the Underdark to get to Hallowhive. You'd spent the day socializing and getting to know some of the train's other passengers. And as the night was growing late, the train was briefly stopped by a pair of giants demanding treasures and food, who you ended up battling and defeating. After which you settled in for a night's rest aboard the train. Morisco, who had spent most of the day in sort of a flirtatious tryst with a dashing gnoll named Jules Crow, had gone to bed with him, but had spotted on his train ticket a different name, Pavlo Kalashnik, and had also felt an invisible ring on his finger. Morisco confronted him about it, and Jules revealed that he was actually a Chernayan veteran of the Prexel-Chernayan War, that he used a false name and accent to avoid the stigma that came with being a Chernayan in the Union, with the war fresh on everyone's mind. And the ring, he said, was a magic item made to protect his mind from telepathy and thought reading. And after a little bit of conversation, Morisco ultimately stayed with Jules, or Pavlo as he was actually named, the two of them kind of falling asleep together. And then, in the middle of the night, in the midst of some fraught and strange dreams, you were all awoken by a gunshot on the train, as Pavlo had gotten up, snuck out of Morisco's room, or out of his own room where Morisco was, shot Bones in the leg, claiming to be seeking vengeance for the death of his husband in the war. And as the rest of you kind of rushed to Bones' aid, Bones told Pavlo that his own brother was also involved in whatever incident had killed Pavlo's husband. He offered Pavlo his own gun and urged him to take out Bones' superiors in the Chernayan military as well, the people who had given him the orders. Pavlo took the gun, but then told Bones that he'd have to take out his superiors himself, and then turned the gun on himself and ended his own life. In the aftermath, after stabilizing the situation with Bones, he spent a little time telling you guys all about the many times he had called in orders during the war, including giving the exact coordinates of one particular incident that he seemingly remembers quite well. Though, given the circumstances, you guys didn't really press him super hard for all the details. Cadence, you recalled having heard of a friendly fire incident that took place during the war, and I'm going to give you more on that in just a minute, but before we jump to that, you guys searched through Jules' belongings, recovered his pistol, a photo of him with his deceased husband Esmond, a list of names, including Bones and 4 of his military superiors, and increasingly high ranks, ending in the Commander General himself, Victor Adamante. After all of that chaos and intrigue, you guys arrived the next morning at Prospect, and after speaking with the authorities about what had happened, set out on your way, made arrangements to maybe meet back up with Timothy Crimple and to escort him to Hallowhive, though you hadn't really totally committed to that idea yet. And then, looking through your belongings, you all found strange letters hidden amongst your possessions. Looking through, you found that these letters came from the All-Known, a cosmic library in the Outer Planes, and contained information about the topics and subjects that you'd written down in Gloria Alice's book as part of her little game the day prior. So you guys headed to a quiet restaurant where you could speak in private about your letters. Marble's letter had some information and leads about the death of Sadie Fairfax, including the apparent involvement of Kageyori, the dirty work guy in the employ of Vanguard Ethertech. Morisco's letter contained information implying that his origins may not be what he believed, that perhaps he was actually smuggled to Puerto Solterra by none other than Santi Silenziosi. Patches claimed to be a demigod from an extra-universal space who arrived here in a futuristic vehicle that he has since lost, of which the All-Known has no record. And finally, Boss revealed to you all his true name, those who didn't already know it, and explains that he is the heir to the throne of Har Saman, his parents having been slain at the hands of Victor Adamante. He also told you briefly of his studies at the Scriptorium Vox Ethereum, and revealed that the Scriptorium had been attacked by a mysterious dragon cult, and that he was seemingly the only survivor to have escaped this attack, taking with him a book of incredible historical and magical significance, the original Vox Ethereum, penned by Xerxes himself, the book that started arcane magic. And we left off as your boss had set this ancient and legendary tome on the table to show you all in this sort of like quiet back corner of this restaurant. Before we jump back in, a couple little corrections. just meta stuff. Boss, we talked about the familiar thing. You had created a familiar to follow Sympathy.
Correct.
Your familiar could only last like an hour, so we agreed you just didn't do that, essentially. Or 2 hours, yeah.
2 hours, correct.
Yep, because you were not using regular casting the spell, you're using your wild.
Yeah, so we
things.
decided to nix that.
Yep. And then Cadence. Last time, you rolled a nat 20 to recall what incident Bones might be referring to when he talks about the order that he radioed in for which Jules wanted revenge. And I told you that you had heard of a friendly fire incident that happened in the Prexel-Trian War. I think at the time I said something like you heard about it in the news. I want to retcon that because that is certainly not how you would have heard about it. The way you heard about this friendly fire incident, about 4 to 5 years ago, while the war was still ongoing, word came through the symphony, like over you guys' desk, that a high-ranking member of the Trinayan military, Sergei Leone, had been seen setting up shop in Daybreak City. And according to the intel that the symphony gathered, he had defected from the military after a friendly fire incident. So that's how you know about this friendly fire incident, just kind of on a rumor that Sergei Leone had defected from the military at that time. And the last thing...
That's my Sergey?
Yes, same Sergei. And then Bones, an inspiration for you. I could have given it to you for a million reasons, but for disarming Pavlo of his gun and then handing him your own.
Hell.
And then one inspiration goes to Morisco for speaking to 2 women unprompted thanks to the power of dissociative grief.
Thank you.
You're welcome. With that, you guys it's like 10:30 in the morning, maybe 11. You guys are in kind of a back booth at a restaurant called Rock Salt, kind of this upscale restaurant where nobody really is at 10:30 in the morning, kind of by design, so that you can have kind of a quiet and private place to speak. You're sitting around a table upon which Boss has just set down this ancient and legendary tome, the Voxotheorem. And I hand it over to you guys. What would you like to do? You can continue the conversations you were having or whatever else.
Can I read that?
As long as you are willing to leave to stay within my company, I would not mind.
Yes, of course.
I would not mind you taking looks. Some of these works are difficult to translate, which I have spent many hours working on. So let me know if you have any questions regarding text or tints.
Yeah. Ghost, you slide this book over towards yourself. It's this like ancient thing. This cover is like a black scaly leather. It's all written in Draconic. I don't know if you read Draconic or not.
I do, and that's why part of the reason I wanted to take a look.
Lovely. And yeah, just with the fact that you speak Draconic, you know that Draconic is kind of the language of arcane magic. It is, when I refer to the Voxotheorem as a language, I've done that a couple of times, language is a bit of like an oversimplification. It's more like a notation. It's a quote-unquote language in the sense that of like a programming language, if that makes sense. It includes both the like verbal and somatic components and the literally like the things that go into spellcasting, the way that spellcasting is written. So not literally a language the way Draconic is a language, but it is kind of built in terms of literal language on Draconic.
Ghost, did you
Yes.
you get a letter?
Yes, I did. It's somewhat lengthy. It kind of pauses for a moment. That's all something that we should certainly discuss before heading out.
Also, do we need to follow any mannerisms in Hollow Hive?
I don't know. Zeke, are there any things that I would know that they should
There's
do?
Yeah, there's a few things that come to mind, and this is exacerbated by the fact that the eclipse happened so recently, and everything is kind of in a tizzy down there. You know, some notable things for sure. Like it is against the scriptures of the Xanthian Church, and by extension against the law of Hollow Hive, because they are kind of one and the same. To look at the lamp, you're not supposed to raise your eyes to look at the lamp lest you be blinded. So
Like literally, or like
literally do not turn your eyes and look up at the lamp. And like you would know that for your whole life, for the most part, that's been more like kind of a religious observance, and like it's something that religious people minded, but most people didn't. And like to an extent, like you don't look at the sun; it hurts your eyes. So like not a lot of people are turning up and staring at the lamp anyway. But that said, like given the heightened state of things in Hallowhive right now, you aren't sure that it's a good idea for like even your friends to walk through the streets of Hallowhive and look up at the lamp. And just little stuff like that, things that would normally be like religious observations in Hallowhive, you get the sense are going to be like kind of rules that need to be followed when you get there. Honestly, I think as far as like big public things, that's the big one. Like don't look at the lamp. There's also like, obviously don't engage in the sale of like precious gems or ether salt. Those things are kind of frowned upon. But yeah, like this is a big thing. Obviously, like, you don't want to commit like heresy against the Xanthian church down there right now, because things are pretty heightened down there.
Basically, just don't piss off anybody that looks like an important religious figure.
Yeah, something like that. And then go ahead, Mark. You got a hand raised?
Yeah. So this is more of a meta question. You said no trading of like salts and stuff. Does that mean that I know that certain organizations you trade out of there? I assume that they have to go through those organizations.
Yes. Go and roll me a history check and apply your ether salt lore. You already know a lot about this.
I feel like I might have done this.
You've rolled on this pretty well.
Just see if like gemstones or stones in general.
Yeah. You can make a history check and you can apply your geopolitics lore to this.
We go 11.
11, okay.
Not great.
What did you say I was rolling for this again?
I'd say history, but you can apply your ether salt lore.
Okay. It's going to be a 21.
Okay, on an 11, you aren't totally sure, even though, like, obviously geomancy and geopolitics being things that you're bigly kind of invested in, I think you would probably hazard a guess that it's something to do with, like, contracts or something. You haven't heard specifically, I guess is what I'll say on 11. And then on 21, you know that very specifically. Essentially, like, Hallowhive has literally a written treaty with the Nation of Sol involving the, like, peace between these two nations and the conditionality of it being like trade of ether salt. On 21, you know some of the history, and I think we talked about it before, where like Sol made contact with Hallowhive. They were going into the Underdark in search of ether salt and just kind of accidentally hit Hallowhive. And it's not easy for either of those two nations to like engage in a war, obviously. Things were tense for a while, and essentially Hallowhive eventually made some written agreements with Sol saying like, we will give you this much ether salt per year or whatever, and that's it. So like the entities that mine ether salt and trade it officially via the government to Sol are the only ones that are allowed to do it.
And
like,
are they government organizations or are they private
it's
companies?
a government organization.
Okay, so the government itself is...
Yes. Yeah, the government of Hallowhive trades ether salt with the government of Sol, but there's no private.
So and I'm assuming, it's just so they can control to make sure that... Like,
for sure.
Yeah.
And on a 21, that's a very good roll. You would know that, you at least have heard that it does get traded in sort of underhand illegal ways down there. Not everyone in Hallowhive is a Two Shoes saint.
Like, not nearly as much.
Not nearly as much, and Ghost will be able to tell you, if you haven't intuited this already, not the right time to be engaging in that down there, given the eclipse.
Yeah.
Yep. And then Boss, hand raise, go ahead.
You said that like the nation of Hallowhive and Sol have this agreement, and Hallowhive's like providing X amount of a lot of the amount of ether salt,
right,
on an annual basis or whatever.
Sure, yeah.
Does that idea lend to the concept that Hallowhive may have like a mass surplus of it?
Stands to reason, yeah. And like, again, you might know this much, 11, you on the rolls you've made before and that one. There is a bunch of it down there. The ether salt is highly prevalent in the Underdark.
Is it a renewable resource?
Yes, slowly, but yes. On a 21, ether salt is formed when an area of physical space becomes so saturated with ether that it begins to bleed out of the mortal ethereal plane and into the material plane. That this happens most commonly during ether zeniths, every day around dawn around the globe, and especially is prevalent near ley lines. The ley lines are literally down in the earth, so it happens more in the Underdark. And then you also know that it is, aside from forming near ley lines and at zeniths, it also tends to form in locations where a magical object or structure or creature has been present over a long period of time. So, some hallowed place on the surface.
So Hallowhive literally being...
It kind of meets both categories for sure. And then, I think on a 21, that's about what you know about it.
I know where the ley lines are. I forget if we've been over that or not.
I don't think we have. You can roll an Arcana check.
Do I get to add any lore to it or no?
I would say that your ether salt lore applies to this.
Okay. It'll be a 26.
26 is really fucking good. Yeah. You may not have a like physical map of where every ley line is, but I think that because you're Marvel, you probably committed a lot of that to memory.
It's like if I looked at Europe, I could be like, oh, France is around here.
Yeah, for sure. What you would know easily is that they are literally below, like beneath the surface of the Earth. I need to look up another lore thing, but I think they're about 8 to 10 miles beneath the surface of the Earth is where they occur, which you know to be like the lowest stratum of the Underdark, essentially. And that, you would know on a 26 that there is one that runs quite close to Hallow Hive, so, you know, that also applies.
Yeah. Later on, I would love to know where the other ones are at. Just
Yeah.
I feel like that's probably a really good, like, I don't know, reason to go to war. If you know that there's a ley line or a crossing of two ley lines.
That makes sense.
You would really want to get that area, especially if there's a civilization that, like a capital on it.
Yeah, on a 26 check, especially because it was an ether salt lore, you like this city of Prospect that you were in, it literally was built for the purpose of going down into the Underdark and getting ether salt because a ley line runs through here.
There doesn't happen to be a ley line running through where the
where his radio relay was?
No, not was there. No, where the land that was taken in the war.
The ley lines are, prevalent enough that there probably is a ley line somewhere underneath there. But on your history check, even taking away ether salt lore for a 24 instead of a 26, that was not what the war was about. It was a ground territorial dispute over a thing that happened like 100 years ago.
Governments love to tell people.
Oh, yeah, at least ostensibly, yes.
I mean, this is out of character as well as Matt, but wouldn't it also stand to reason then that there would like be a significant or like at least a crossing of ley lines maybe where the Scriptorum is?
Yes,
like
certainly.
The,
yes, you'd be
a founded place of magic.
Yes, you'd be aware of that for sure.
Or even like his home, which is like known for having rock.
Right.
Yeah, and like to be clear, the ley lines are not like terribly uncommon. It's not they're not like a very rare thing to find.
Yeah. I assume that.
But there are like hot spots of it. It's like coal. Like you can find coal everywhere.
Yeah, I assume that Hallow Hive is just convenient because there's already a path to it.
Which makes a lot of sense if we talk about Hallow Hive having magic prior to like the surface having arcane magic that or discovered, but discovered in the same place the Scriptorum currently is.
Right.
Those are two very prevalent spots
Yeah.
for potential like ley lines and ether salt development. Or
certainly so. Okay. Sorry, Ghost. You're just getting a massive lord up over here as I think Ghost is thumbing through the pages of these, but I think you were about to say something.
Yeah. I was just kind of curious because Hallow Hive and the Three Green down there learned magic differently. Do we have like a Voxotherum equivalent? Like, how similar is this to like what he has studied? What he learned?
Roll me an Arcana check. Some of this you just know, but as you look through this book, specifically kind of looking for similarities and differences, roll me an Arcana check. Okay, on a 13, you look through this book. The thing that I'll say right off the bat, you did not... As things stand now, the Voxotherum has made its way to Hallow Hive. There are copies of it in the Citadel. You do know that the Voxotherum, this book, and that even like the language that we're using to talk about it, was not in Hallow Hive until contact with the surface. And it's this weird thing, looking through on a 13, it's obvious that your foundation is the same. You can see the arcane line that leads from this book that is in front of you now to where arcane magic has arrived in Hallow Hive. You could see how this, like it stands to reason at least, could be the foundation of where Hallow Hive got its arcane magic. But you know that the official story of the Xanthian Church, their official histories and their teaching, is that arcane magic was discovered in draconic ruins in the Underdark, early in Hallow Hive's existence, some 600-700 years ago. But they make no reference to this book specifically. And you presumably maybe looked at, newer versions and editions of this book. But yeah, I don't know if I've answered your question succinctly enough there, but it is different. You can see how your arcane sort of background could have come from this book. And certainly the fact that even the official story is that it came from draconic ruins, this certainly could be this book. But you didn't have this book in Hallow Hive before contact with the surface, which is before your lifetime anyway.
Right.
Yeah,
it's very clear that we've like two very like branching things like formed their own kind of
Yeah.
on magic, essentially. And
Yeah. I think on a third...
while there is some overlap, it's still, like, very different.
For sure. I think on a 13, the thought goes through your mind as you're looking through this ancient book and parsing it, that, like, the Surface found this book 100 years ago and built arcane magic from this book. Separately from that, Hallowhive found some draconic ruins with some source of arcane magic that they have never totally elucidated, and arcane magic grew from that. And you can see how your two separate branches easily could have emerged from the same thing. And that doesn't, like, officially totally go against what the Xanthian Church teaches. It's just not ever been, like, the official story. But, like, especially the fact that the ruins in the Underdark where Hallowhive is said to have found arcane magic were draconic. Like I said, the Vox Ethereum is draconic. Like, literally, in Draconic, Vox Ethereum means essentially ether speech or ether tongue. It's the ability to speak to ether, to speak to magic. So, it's in Draconic. So, it all adds up. There's just kind of a weird question mark in there.
Right, like, basically two different people found draconic magic and then translated it in their own interpretation.
Exactly, yes. And it's got many more similarities than differences, but the 13 is to kind of parse those differences.
Yeah, Ghost is, like, very absorbed in just the experience of seeing this, like, truly one of a kind book and, like, pouring through it for a little bit.
I think this is the kind of treasure that Ghost has dreamed about getting his hands on over the years. Not in, like, a possessive way, but in just, like, you're a curious guy who's always interested in finding...
Yeah, just the experience of it.
Yeah.
Probably even, like, goes out and, like, puts on little gloves to, like, protect the pages and stuff. It's, like, very reverent and delicate with it.
Yeah.
Does he have, like, 100 pairs of gloves?
He puts a little glove on each one of his beautiful arms.
On each one of his digits.
And then I assume that this is also what Arcanotech is based off of.
Yes. Yep, exactly. Everything about conversion crystals and just, such ether crystals in general is based on arcane magic of the Vox Ethereum. Yep. I should back that up a little bit. Before the discovery of the Vox Ethereum 100 years ago, there were artificers. They were doing a very different thing than kind of modern artificery, which still exists. Like when you, to put this in kind of gameplay terms, when you go through the process and the rules for creating a magic item, spending like weeks imbuing it with magic, that process was around long before the Vox Ethereum was. That is kind of a form of essentially sympathetic magic. But the way that arcane magic is done now with most modern arcanotech, things like ether tapping and things like street lights and gramophones, that is all based on the Vox Ethereum.
So what was Ghost's response to asking about his letter?
Yes, this is something that we'll have to discuss certainly before we head to Hallowhive. It's a rather complicated and lengthy discussion.
It seems that we have a good time to do this now.
Yes.
And you are able to look at this tome later at another time if you would like to continue reading. But as for now, I would ask to have it returned to me.
If you need any of these transcribed, I would be happy to, and they'll be...
Sorry, but we have already completed all transcription.
Wonderful. Well, we will carefully close the book and slide it over, and he will pull out his own book and open it up, and there's the piece of paper that Marvel briefly saw. This requires a lot of context. My people believe in we live in a sort of theocratic society. Many years ago, at the beginning of Hallowhive's creation, there was the entire Underdark was purely surrounded in darkness. It's just caves and monsters that devoured each other indiscriminately, utterly ruled by chaos. In that, the first of the God Queens fought back against what is known as the Maw, the great burrowing worm that would devour the world.
Can I pause you for just a second, Ghost?
Yeah, absolutely.
Boss, when he says the Maw, I don't know if this is ringing a bell for you out of character. It's been quite a while. When you went to visit Olga Sinclair, she told you that the thing that Fillard Grimm was looking into was this fiendish empire called Toroth, and there was reference to Zorvaxis, the Hungering Maw, as a fiend down there. But carry on, Ghost.
The first of the God Queens, Lahe Zama, she fought back against it, used her divine light to eventually bring life to what is known as the Verdant Path, where Hallowhive sits. This led her people to construct the city of Amber and become the first queen of Hallowhive. Later, near the end of her life, she encased herself in a block of amber, which was later formed the lamp, which now sits as essentially our sun. We will take out the piece of paper and flip it over to reveal what appears to be a diagram and a handful of other bits of text and things.
And as a reminder, this was the piece of paper that Ghost had been keeping secret and accidentally folded up and put into the romance novel that Marble had for a minute. So,
yeah. And this, now, while doing some research of my own, I found this. As you can see, this seems to be a diagram of the lamp, but encased in the amber itself does not appear to be a three-creen, as the origin stories of the Xanthian Church would have us believe, but some kind of angel, surface-dwelling angel.
yeah, you guys see before you laid out on ancient weathered text, or on ancient weathered paper. But yeah, it's just kind of more like leathery than paper. But anyway, on this ancient leathery document, a diagram that shows this chunk of crystal, shining with light, kind of, drawn on with lines. And in the center of it, kind of silhouetted, without a ton of detail, but enough to make out easily, is what appears to be kind of what you and I in the real world think of as an angel. There's kind of a human-looking, kind of androgynous featured person, like long, wavy hair, big, white feathered wings, armor, and kind of arms folded in front, almost sarcophagus-like, encased in the center of the lamp.
I assume no religious symbology.
Give me a religion check. If you wish to.
I was just wondering if there was symbols, but I can try.
So there's no obvious symbol, though.
A 9?
On a 9, no, not clear. There's no, like...
I don't even know who the gods are.
There's no, like, holy symbol emblazoned on the armor or anything not super obvious like that, no. Marisco, real quick, on a 20 on that religion check. There's no holy symbol. There's no obvious, like, oh, this is an angel of agape or whatever god. Right. But not all angels look like this. The outer planes where angels, celestials reside are a place that is quite diverse. There are lots of different sort of denominations of angels and different sort of types. And on a 20 on religion, you know that this kind of appearance of angel, this very classic kind of white feathered wings and long hair humanoid appearance, or human appearance. These are typically associated with the plane of order, which I cannot remember the name of right now, but associated with like the Holy Nuvolarian Church. They're associated with the Nuvolarianism. You'd suspect this to be some sort of a Nuvolarian angel. And then go ahead, boss, with the hand raise.
Is there any noticeable like geometric pattern or shape to this amber? Like, if it is where like a sarcophagus?
Sure.
Like, or does it seem more like rugged and like natural forming stone?
Yeah, that's a good question. Give me a nature check.
He's still gunning right
19.
19. On a 19, it looks fairly natural. And especially because you are so studied in Arcana from the Scriptorium and all that, you know that, like, there are ways to, like, carve a gem that literally help it conduct magic. That's what, like, Arcanotech is based on. It's what, when they're inscribing conversion crystals and stuff, they're literally carving prisms that conduce ether, or conduct ether. You, on a 19, this looks at first glance like just kind of a fairly normal, like, natural chunk of amber. It's huge. If it's as big as depicted here, enough to keep like a human-sized thing in the middle of it and have lots of room to spare, this would be like an absolutely astronomically large chunk of amber. But it looks mostly natural. On a 19, you do see there's not a ton of detail, but you study it closely. What would the difference be if you had made an Arcana check instead of nature? Is your Arcana better than your nature?
Oh, yes. It would have been a 21.
On a 21, okay, I was looking to break a 20. You do see, it's subtle, it's not obvious, but some of just like the ways that the gemstone is cut at a few angles don't look natural, and they do look arcane in nature. You do see just some little striations and little cuts in the gem that look like they could be arcane on purpose. They look like they could have been cut that way to conduct magic. And on a 21, you can't get like the specifics of like what kind of.
It's also an old leathery paper.
Yeah, it's old, not a lot of detail, but yeah, you at first glance you go, "Oh, it's just natural gemstone," but you study it a little more closely, and you're like, "No, that could be arcane."
Yeah, somebody put their hand on this.
Right.
And how is this ghost? How is this thing suspended above your city?
Chain?
Yep. It's just hung from the ceiling with chains. The Xanthian story is that when the first god queen, Leizama, encased herself in amber and sort of gave rulership of Hallowhive over to her 5 daughters, and her 5 daughters worked together and the people of Hallowhive worked together to literally construct the Sanctum of Light, this ziggurat that reaches almost to the ceiling, and literally by chain hang the lamp from the ceiling of the cave.
So does this thing negate your religion and the practices and beliefs?
I would need to be very clear. Personally, I worship the lamp because at the end of the day, the lamp is necessary. It is a divine gift that has granted Hallowhive its existence, the opportunity to prosper, to grant life, and protect my people and that entire ecosystem that's been developed as a result. The specific origin story isn't, I don't think, particularly important.
I would like to roll insight on you saying that you worship the lamp.
Yeah, give me an insight check. And Ghost, if you wish to make a check against this, you can, or you can just answer based on the result.
19.
19 on the insight.
Yeah, he seems to be genuine.
Okay.
He has an understanding that, sure, the origin stories in the mythology is being essentially like contradicted by this piece of paper and this old text that he's found. But at the end of the day, the reality is that the lamp is actually like a physical thing that exists that has granted pretty much everything else that all of his people have needed to survive.
And you are in active worship of this lamp.
Yeah, he's...
Okay, yeah, cool.
I take it not everyone there would be so open to the idea that this origin story is incorrect.
Certainly not, and that's why I must insist that we keep this somewhat quiet.
So, the big follow-up question then is, where did you get this and how did you know that it's true?
That's the thing, I don't. The reason that I'm pursuing this at all is because, as I'd mentioned previously, Hallowhive went through what we've been referring to as an eclipse. The lamp, for the first time in hundreds of years, suddenly went dark for 9 minutes, about. stretched the entire place in total darkness. Chaos erupted, and then it came back. And my concerns are that if the lamp is failing, or if it were to suddenly go dark again for a longer period of time, or simply just not come back on, all of, not just the city of Amber, but all of the verdant path would be destroyed. Monsters would swarm in from the caves in the abyss and devour anything that they could. All the plants and life would die, become cold and desolate. There's a lot of beauty there, and while I may not agree with everything that happens, it is still a place that I call home. I'd like to be able to protect it if I can.
Certainly.
When was the eclipse?
It's a few months ago.
And on that question, did this eclipse occur at like a zenith or any other significant time of passage?
No, it was just kind of, random time, just some random time of
Do
day.
you have an actual date?
Yes, I do have a date. Stand by.
This vellum, this diagram, it appeared in your book during the eclipse. Where?
Put it in one of the archives, right?
Yes, you were looking through the archives at the Citadel of Hallowhive and found it in a very old, very dusty corner of the Citadel, where, the place where not many people visit. And then real quick, it happened on the 26th of Requiem, which is the first month of the year. So roughly 3 months ago, if I'm doing my math right there. Or no, 2 months ago.
And I'm assuming there's not any events that were happening around that time?
Nah, nothing that, comes to mind as significant.
And is after this eclipse when you came to the surface?
Did I find this before or after the eclipse?
This, I believe, was after, if I'm not mistaken. I believe after the eclipse, you had gone to these sort of dusty old corners of the Citadel, looking, as many others did, for the record, looking for some sort of like clues about what had happened. And you found this this document and the others that you have in kind of a hidden place.
One other question on this lamp. Have you or your people tried to replicate the lights and the given nature of it? Or is this frowned upon by your religion?
It's been frowned upon by the church for some time. And if this paper is to be believed, then that would explain why. They wouldn't want other people knowing that the mythology that they've been pushing has not quite been accurate.
Are people fleeing after the eclipse?
Some have remained, others have turned to the Devorators, cult that worships the Maw.
Yeah, you'd be aware that, obviously, aside from just being light and warmth for Hallowhive, which is, I say just that, like it's not an enormously important thing. That is the only reason, even just logistically, Hallowhive can exist, is because of the lamp's light and warmth. But in addition to its light and warmth, its light wards against the monsters of the Underdark, including below Hallowhive. Hallowhive is about 8 miles down. Below that, from 8 to about 10 miles, is a section of the Underdark called the Abyss, or the Lower Dark, depending on who you're asking. And it is inhabited by a lot of terrible baddies, and is especially near Hallowhive, is inhabited by a lot of like demons and devils, and the light wards against all of those baddies. So its function is not just light and warmth; it also literally prevents the incursion of dark forces into Hallowhive.
Is there any reason to assume that there's like a holy nature to that, or do we also consider the fact that just having a mass source of light in itself isn't enough to keep?
Sure, give me a religion check. 7. Yeah, I'll leave you to make your own guesses. You're not totally sure based on anything you've read. Marble, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to walk over to Ghost, and I'm going to open my backpack up, and I'm like, is this going to be a problem? And I'm going to show him the 42 gallons of ether salt I have on my person.
Oh. Only if somebody checks your bag or if you take it out.
Will they
Will
check
they?
his bag?
Hopefully not, as long as you don't cause problems and keep your head down.
Should I get a permit?
Ghost, roll me a insight check.
Most insightful person.
That's a really good roll. What you've just said would have been true until 2 months ago. People have, secretly brought in ether salt in and out of Hallow Hive for your whole lifetime, and it's not technically legal, but in large part people look the other way. There haven't been like searches of people as they come and go from Hallow Hive. There isn't like customs that you go through and have your bags looked through. But big old capital B but. The eclipse has changed everything. The Hallow Hive has never been under tighter security than it currently is. When you left Hallow Hive to come to the surface, whatever 2-3 weeks ago that was, they did search your bags. There were guards posted where there had not been for your entire life, and they were checking people as they came and went, asking their business in Hallow Hive, looking through their possessions. The security state of Hallow Hive has cracked down substantially since the eclipse.
So I can't get like a permit that says that, like, hey, I am bringing this into the country with me, so that way when I leave it, they're like, oh, this is what you brought in.
Like customs.
Like that, yeah.
There's certainly no formal structure for that. You could bring it and say like, hey, I'm not taking it from you. I'm bringing it down here and I'll take it back out with me. Let's see how that goes. On a 21 Ghost, do you feel like you could maybe sell that? You feel like it might be hard given the state of things there currently?
Just for my knowledge, is it in like a bag of holding? Like, how do you have 42 gallons?
It's in a handy haversack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, essentially a bag of holding. Yep. Slightly different.
It's I think I can carry up to 64 cubic feet.
Understood.
I assume that this crackdown is primarily just happening in the city of Amber and not just like everywhere in the Verdant Path, right?
Primarily the city of Amber, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So theoretically, we could find somebody somewhere in the Verdant Path to like stash some stuff secretly, and then when we're going into the city, and then leave and grab it on the way back.
Or is there a service here in town where I can just buy a locker for?
So Ghost question first. Theoretically, if you found a way to get all this ether salt into Hallow Hive, there's plenty of places you could just stash it and pick it up before you leave. The trouble is there are only 2 points of ingress and outgoing from Hallow Hive. You can either and coming from above, there is only one, and it goes directly into the city of Amber. There are no points of entry into all of Hallow Hive that do not go through the city of Amber. The only exception to that is there is Deep Hollow, but that only goes down into the abyss. So the point being, unless you're going to drill your own hole to get into Hallow Hive, which, I'm not going to rule that out. You guys are D&D players. But if you're going to Hallow Hive through the official channels, you will pass through the city of Amber.
Oh, okay.
That is kind of
that we went through the Verdant Path to the city of Amber.
No, it is kind of by design. There, like you would know, at least based on the histories, some 500, 600, 700 years ago when this city was founded. It's a huge fucking cave. There were once many ways to get to and from it. And those have been systematically over centuries, long before you were born. But in the ancient times of Hallow Hive, were all purposefully closed off. So there is one way to go up and one way to go down. And the way down is guarded very closely by Deep Hollow. And the way to go up is protected by the city of Amber.
I have another option. Does the train from here go to Cherry Falls?
You'd have to leave. Yes.
Could I just pay to have this shipped and so I can pick it up at Cherry Falls?
I'm sorry. To answer your more just basic logistical question, yes, you can pay for it to be safely stored here somewhere. You can send to Cherry
40 gallons.
Falls. It's a lot, but it's in a haversack. And
I need my haversack, or I can't carry my armor.
That's
around.
a fair point. Yes, but yes, if you want to just essentially pay to have your ether salt transported to, the other thing you can do very easily here, if you're interested, is just sell it and buy it when you know what I mean. Ether salt is fairly.
I'm assuming that I'm going to take a loss though.
Maybe a little. Yeah. Potentially. This is arguably the worst place to sell ether salt. You're in an ether salt mining town, so
except they don't mine it. They just the government sells it directly to the government.
So Prospect is a mining town. They don't mine just ether salt. They mine other things too, but their main function is mining ether salt, and they mine a bunch of it, and some of it goes to Soul, some of it gets taken from Hallow Hive, and so on. But like they
have it.
But
They
if it
have a
has
lot
to
of
be, but if it has
control.
to be sold directly to the governments, then they're not selling it.
Well, that's true of Hallowhive, but that's not true of the actual this town here Prospect. They just have a mine where they mine it. They're not getting very much of it because most of it does come from Hallowhive, but they do mine it here. So, but my point being, if you were willing to sell it at a fairly minor loss, or even try to roll me some good checks and not sell it at a loss, and just buy more ether salt when you need it, that's an option. Or, however you want to deal with it. You can also, like you said, you can ship it to Cherry Falls. You can just store it somewhere here, however you want to handle it.
Eat all of it.
You just eat all of it is another option, yeah.
Um,
If you blow it all up at once, it will create a pretty cool magical effect, but you don't know what that effect's going to be.
I support that idea.
First word of the night.
how much would it
If you'd
cost?
like to just ship your backpack, we could consolidate some of our belongings, and you could use mine.
Well, this bag is easy to get my stuff out of. It would take too long to get my armor.
Yeah.
Right, but what I'm saying is that you put your ether salt in my backpack, and we can ship my backpack.
Oh,
As long as I can put some of my things into your
of course,
bag.
of course. Oh, if we're coming back this way, we could just get a locker.
That also works.
They've known each other 2 weeks. They're sharing bags already.
You're trusting.
It's moving quickly.
Lesbians.
All right.
The girlfriend who's right there.
That's why this joke is funny. It'd be less funny if she wasn't.
So if what you want to do is fill up a bag of holding, not even fill
How much
it,
can a
but
bag of holding hold?
it can hold all of your ether salt. I'm not sure exactly the number, but it can certainly hold 48 gallons of ether salt. Because I think you can hold more than your haversack. So
I think I got the.
Oh, you
I
did
got.
get
I
the-
got the most expensive haversack.
you did get the high end guy, but yeah, I think a bag of holding can still hold it.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, I don't think I have much other than like my tent in my bag, but okay.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And then cost wise, let me look at some notes here. Just using a point of reference here, a room at a hotel is 2 silver per night, and that's a whole room for a whole person, or 2 marks a night, I should say. So I'd say just a locker to store a single bag of holding in is going to be like a copper a night, essentially.
That's good.
Makes sense. Yep. And if you put your stuff, you go to a place, we're not going to play this out like completely with role play or anything, but you go to the train station, they got a place to store places. If you pay for 10 days in advance of storing a bag of holding for you, they put it in a secure place. They give you the key to the thing. And they're like, when you get back, if it's been more than 10 days, you can pay us. So
And
if it's been less, you'll pay the difference. Yep.
What is the place called?
The train station of Prospect. The Grand Prospect train station.
Perfect.
So yeah, at some point in all these errands, you get that done, no problem. I'll say it's like noon at this point.
Is mine
I will also, for what's worth, I'll share the note that I got with everybody if anybody wants to.
Please.
So if you guys
The
wish,
trouble of reading it, it's quite late.
yeah,
Zeke Renner.
I'll read through and I may not do every word, but we'll hit the key points here.
He's gonna read everything.
Please.
At the top of Ghost's papers that he sits out in his handwriting, it says the lamp. And then it says, the lamp is a magical artifact located in the city of Amber within the subterranean kingdom of Hallowhive. The All-Known contains a significant amount of records regarding the lamp, the majority of which come from the historical records of Hallowhive and the scriptures of the Xanthian Church, a religious institution dedicated to the worship of the lamp. Notably, due to the religious and spiritual significance of the lamp to the people of Hallowhive, it is difficult in some cases to separate the lamp's mythology from the verifiable facts of its nature and history. This writing nonetheless attempts to parse the factual truths regarding the lamp. It lists its properties. It says it's a 15-foot chunk of amber that produces magical sunlight, and a 100-square-mile cavern located in the Underdark called the Verdant Path. It says that the light is bright enough to illuminate the entirety of the Verdant Path. It says that it has a jurative properties. Specifically, it is severely damaging to fiends and many other monsters of the abyss, and prevents such creatures from planar travel or teleportation. It says, at the time of this writing, the All-Known has been as of yet unable to verify the source or nature of the lamp's magical properties, i.e. whether his magic is due to sigildry, a permanent enchantment, etc., due to the fact that the Xanthian Church, and by extension the laws of Hallowhive, forbid scrutinizing the lamp to the extent that would be required to deduce the source of his magic. There's a whole bit about the cultural and religious significance of the lamp to Hallowhive. Essentially says that it would be difficult to overstate. Even in a most practical sense, it is necessary for Hallowhive to exist. It explains that the Xanthian Church and its practitioners worship the lamp as a divine entity, regarding it with deific respect. It explains, as Ghost said, that it is said to contain the spirit of a progenitor demigod, and the hierarch, the leader of the church, is referred to as the voice of the lamp and believed to be a divine vessel for its will. It says that the current hierarch is Phaetumeni, that she is also essentially the queen of Hallowhive, because their monarchical government, the head of church and head of state are the same person. It also makes note, Phaetumeni is regarded by many within Hallowhive to be a messianic figure, due to the fact that she is amber-touched, a rare apparent mutation amongst Thri-kreen in the Underdark that causes crystals of amber to grow from their flesh. Hallowhive regards this mutation as an omen or a portent from the lamp, demarking an individual as having a divine destiny. The All-Known has little information regarding the amber-touched phenomenon, other than the cultural beliefs surrounding it. And then it gives what it describes as the history of the lamp. It describes where it currently is. It says that it has hung above the verdant path in its current position for the entire recorded history of the Kingdom of Hallowhive. Hallowhive's most ancient historical records, dating from the early 1200s AO, about 700 years ago, verify that it was where it was, doing largely what it does now. Then it mentions that perhaps the most noteworthy event in its history is the eclipse, and it describes the eclipse briefly. And then, as far as origins, the facts regarding the origins of the lamp are difficult to ascertain. The only written records of the lamp's origin are found in the scriptures of the Xanthian Church, and they are couched in mythological language that makes it difficult to distinguish the factual truths. The Xanthian scriptures' account of the lamp's origin is summarized as follows. In ancient times, prior to the existence of Hallowhive, the people of the Underdark lived in darkness and were enslaved by fiends, most notably an all-consuming demon called the Maw, fabled to have been responsible for carving the Underdark by consuming the earth. During these times, an entity named Lehizama, the progenitor demigoddess of Thri-kreen, rose up against the Maw, defeated it with her divine light, and banished it to the abyss, where it is said to remain to the present day. Afterwards, Lehizama founded the Kingdom of Hallowhive, using her divine light to bring life to the verdant path, led her people in the construction of the city Amber, and became the first queen of Hallowhive. She then created the lamp by encasing herself in amber, bestowing it upon Hallowhive as a divine gift to protect them from the Maw, and leaving rulership of the kingdom to her 5 daughters. It lists the names of her 5 daughters. And the eldest, Malavatani, became the second queen of Hallowhive and worked together with her sisters to hang the lamp from the ceiling of the verdant path, where it remains to this day. Kind of noteworthy, an obscure account that is not contained in the Xanthian scriptures, but is nonetheless considered part of the religion's canon, states that Lehizama's youngest daughter, Teotihuacán, rejected her mother's gifts and returned to the darkness of the abyss to continue serving the Maw. And then below this origin story, it gives a little heading that says historical context. And it says, certain elements of the Xanthian religion's account of the lamp's origins are demonstrably false, or at a minimum, exaggerated by mythological trappings. For example, first bullet point, it has been understood for decades by geologists that the Underdark formed by natural processes related to Maior's adamantine layer, not by the wanton consumption of a demon lord. Second bullet point, no record of a progenitor demigod named Lehizama exists in the All-Known outside of the Xanthian scriptures and belief system. Furthermore, it has been confirmed by divination magic that the Thri-kreen species was uplifted by the great spirit Cyrano several millennia before the founding of Hallowhive. And then it says, on the other hand, elements of the lamp's origin story, while unverified, are theoretically plausible or corroborated by historical context. For example, first bullet point, the genealogy of Hallowhive's hereditary monarchy is thoroughly documented and can be traced back to the coronation of Queen Malavatani in 1212 AO. These genealogy records corroborate the identities of Malavatani and her sisters, and list her mother as Lehizama, the first founder and god queen of Hallowhive. And then the second bullet point, from the early Age of Order until approximately 1200 AO, the Ocasian Underdark was ruled by a fiendish empire called the Dominion of Toroth. Among the leadership of Toroth was a demon lord named Zorbaxus, the Hungering Maw. The Dominion of Toroth collapsed under circumstances that are not well understood by the All-Known, and around the same time, Xanthian history records indicate that Hallowhive was founded. It is plausible, though unverified, that the Xanthian Church's origin story is a mythological retelling of a historical truth related to the fall of Toroth. And that is about it for that letter.
Well, it seems like for an organization named the All Known, there's a lot they don't know.
True. We should know. That is their, as Bones' letter described, their mission statement is to know everything, which they acknowledge is impossible, but they wish to know everything.
I love it. That was a lot.
Oh,
A bunch of information. That was the second longest letter after Victor's.
Do you want to just go and take 10 minutes and read mine?
Yeah, give me like 20, but yes.
That's true.
I forgot, yeah, Boss like pulled his letter back right as they were getting to like the sieges of Spyrus. Anyway, carry on. Ghost sets this letter out on the table, and I assume probably somebody reads it out loud for all of you guys.
I'll do it.
Actually, probably.
Right, yes, I did.
I actually imagine for the sake of
We're
keeping
here
these.
for 3 days.
I actually imagine for the sake of keeping these things secret, that probably Ghost has been reading them to all of you guys telepathically, such that like the waiters and other patrons aren't hearing
Yeah.
these things.
Do you think this could be contacted?
This
But the lamp.
The spirit, great spirit, Cyranois?
No,
So there's. I think you're probably talking about Leizama, the goddess who is.
the one that's actually in the crystal.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, I suppose this is possible.
And it does bear noting, I will say this, I'm not trying to influence anyone's beliefs, but just to add a little extra context that I imagine, I don't know if you say this or not, Ghost, when you showed this or your like kind of copy of this diagram to Father Elias Hastings in Daybreak City, an expert on Unuvalarianism, he looked at the drawing of this angel, said, yes, this looks like a Nuvalarian angel, and he speculated that it could have been like a drawing made by demons or by fiends as sort of like a mockery. That's a potential. I'm not trying to sell you on any particular version of this, but there's a world where, I guess my only point is, as kind of Bones alluded to
Right.
earlier, there's a world where this drawing is just not real.
Right,
Anyone
right.
could draw an
Right.
angel trapped in the lamp.
And yeah, Ghost will definitely mention that. So it's very possible that this is all, frankly, bullshit and means nothing, and just the mythology is perfectly accurate.
That would be such a shitty
The
D&D
reason
campaign, though.
The reason that I'm pursuing this, really, though, is just to understand what happened. If we can understand the origins of the lamp, then perhaps we can deconstruct why the eclipse happened and hopefully prevent it in the future.
Yeah, of course.
Or find a way to find understanding in why it happened in the first place. Because if, as I said, if the lamp was to just cease function, suddenly the city would die
Yeah. Yeah,
rapidly.
you certainly know, Ghost, that, despite whatever mythological trappings or whatever sort of like religiosity has been applied to it, if the lamp went dark, Hallowhive would be consumed by demons and fiends and die. And even if they weren't, they would just die in darkness because their food source would go away. And a bunch of people that have never seen darkness would see it for the first time and die in agony. So, like, whatever the lamp is, whether it's a deity or a deity trapped in amber or an angel trapped in amber or just a big rock, it is life. It is the life-giving thing of Hallowhive. There is a very real reason why so many people draw true sympathetic magic from it. It's a powerful source of life and magic.
Seems like the fastest way to get out of the salt down there. Turn the light off, wait it out, go down and get it.
Yes. I have been concerned that if this was some sort of sabotage, then whoever performed it has already got what they came for. They needed the lamp dark for a brief time and obtained whatever they needed.
Yes, but the conspiracy is also a very powerful tool.
Also true. The chaos that has ensued is certain evidence of that. If they just wanted to sow chaos, they've certainly done it.
Go ahead, Marble.
Yeah. Does your telepathy go through amber?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't know. Does Bright Green telepathy, is it blocked by like a surface or anything? Actually, don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Has anyone tried to contact directly?
Not in recorded history.
Because maybe do they answer your prayers?
In the sense that any god answers any person's prayers. We'd all been... Sorry, I had my selective telepathic muteness the other day while you guys were all talking about a very fascinating subject about sympathetic magic, and I really just need to pop off for a second because
Yeah, go for
it's
it.
really interesting and important to me. So, oh god, this requires so much context as well. I'm so sorry. So, sympathetic magic is created primarily from a two-way connection with something or someone. It's very sort of romantic in that sense. We'd all talked about, look over at Patches. Patches, that's, for example, I'm not saying that I don't believe Patches, but in a world in which it was all bullshit, Patches' sheer confidence in himself could potentially create a sympathetic connection, but it's much harder to do it with oneself.
You're saying that his Honda Odyssey loves him as much as he loves it.
Possible. I suppose if that's what his source of magic was, then potentially. But my point is that if all the people of Hallowhive, so many members of the Xanthian Church, derive a deep connection from the lamp, they draw their sympathetic magic, that is a two-way thing. The lamp is also going to be powered and influenced by all of that belief.
You guys know, and I don't know if Ghost is the meta being deliberately incorrect here. He may be. That is not necessarily true. They're actually... well, you guys might not know all of this detail, but there are kind of two schools of thought on sympathetic magic, like we discussed last time. One of them is the school of thought that Ghost is saying right now, the kind of two-way street rule. A person loves a thing that has magic, the thing that has magic likes that and gives them magic back. And then the other side of it says, like, the magic comes from the connection, not from the thing, that it doesn't matter what you believe, it just matters that you believe. And those two schools of thought it's not clear which one is correct. They both have fairly strong evidence to support them. Like, the school of thought that says that Patches can love him so much that can believe in himself so firmly that his belief generates magic. That's one school of thought. The other school of thought would look at Patches' situation and say, like, well, he believes in himself and he's getting magic, but it's not coming from the belief. He's just tapping into, like, the plane of egos, into the plane of literally egoism and getting magic from it unawares. They would say that essentially, like, when you get magic from that kind of sympathy, you're just kind of misunderstanding where it's coming from, that you're kind of actually getting magic from some outer plane or something unawares. So anyway, the truth of that is hard to parse. And what I will say is that, like, kind of as we've discussed a little bit on some religion checks earlier in this campaign, the gods seemingly don't give a shit. It does, like, in the classic D&D campaigns and settings that we've all played in before, the gods, like, want worship. They get power from worship and they need it. That doesn't at least seem to be the case as far as anyone knows in this universe, or if it is, we don't know about it. Like, the gods don't seek worship. They don't have edicts. Religions are created and they're named, but they seem to be not, like, involved in that. So
with that, I mean, you also say, like, the sympathetic magic, you have two options. It's the two-way street or the connection.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost the same thing, though. Like, the connection doesn't exist without the two-way street.
That's the thing. It's kind of hard to parse in a certain way.
So, my point is that many people in Hallowhive derive a connection from the lamp, but that to look at somebody like Morisco, Morisco doesn't necessarily get all their magic from just because they love cooking. It's the connections that they form by feeding other people. You can taste the love and passion in Morisco's cooking, and that connection that he's able to form with people is what gives them the magic. That's why his cooking can literally heal people. It's because it's love, essentially. I know that's all very corny and cheesy, but there's a theory and a story that's why people have of people having objects that are very important to them, and say that if you love an object enough, that it can start to love you back, even gaining a sense of self. This can take generations and many incarnations for it to happen, but there are many stories and myths about it within my people.
I understand. But that's different from just direct communication, no?
Somewhat, but also direct communication is difficult because, well, the Xanthian Church doesn't like people getting close to the lamp, and also the lamp, much like your moving, awful sun creation, is quite hot and difficult to look at. So getting close enough to examine it is very difficult in and of itself, and that's already without all the red tape created by the Xanthian Church.
I was going to say, I assume the first thing that happened after this eclipse is that 24 diviners asked why it happened, and that they were all part of the church, which is why you have not heard the answer.
Could we...
Right.
You would know, for the record, Ghost, that diviners at the Citadel asked it too, and they're not under the purview of the church, at least ostensibly. And the answer just came back unclear. Essentially, they couldn't parse the answers with divination magic for one reason or another. So take that for what it's worth. And just in a very practical sense, to answer your question about like literally communicating with the lamp, there is one person that is at least said to do that. Her name is Faye Tumani, the hierarch, the voice of the lamp, who is said to literally be in communion with the lamp and to speak on its behalf.
It's all sounding very much like a boy in a tree story I just heard. It seems like somebody should probably go look at that lamp.
Could we make a radio transmitter that would enhance Ghost? Telepathy?
I would need to study how telepathy works, so maybe anything is possible.
Give me a communications tools check.
Can I also do that?
Yeah, you can both do comm tools checks.
There's also no guarantee that, assuming that there is someone in the lamp, they're almost certainly long dead. It's the only
Mine's
person
not very
thought to
good.
be able
It's
to
10.
communicate with it and enact its will is the Queen of Palavive, which could be true and also could be directly related to their bloodline. It's possible that only people with royal blood could communicate with it.
Yeah, that is the official story. Your letter from the All-Known says, that genealogy is well traced, and literally Faye Tumani is, the granddaughter of the goddess who's said to be encased in the amber. It's said to be like a birthright thing. What was your comms tools check with your lore added?
Natural 1 for 8.
Ooh, Jesus.
I had 10, but
What-
I'll go ahead and use a ring puzzler's wit.
Okay. Take another stab at it.
This is gonna be better. This is gonna be a 20.
20. Okay, cool. You guys kind of put your heads together. Bones, your radio technology works in a very interesting way by tapping in on elementals, and that's going to be part of your problem here.
Right.
Literally, there is no moving air.
Right.
Mellowhive.
I would have to learn how to send it through crystals, and I would also have to learn how to translate telepathy into waves of force. It is possible, but it is not my area of expertise.
The other big thing, you build your towers here on the surface, up on hillsides, lifted up into the air by lead to abjure them from the ley lines as much as possible.
Right,
If you go
interference.
8 miles into the earth, as close as you can get to the ley lines, it's probably not going to work very well.
The biggest problem with my method, at least, is that it would be too much noise from the nearby magic. Somebody else with a different method, absolutely.
Yeah. For reasons that are not the same as why radio doesn't work well underground in our world. Radio doesn't work well underground
obviously,
in
if we're in
this
a
world, too.
cavern that is with the exact object we're talking to, though.
Yeah. I mean, you're within close range, but the ley line's still going to be a problem for Bones' technology specifically. Having said all of that, the range that you need here isn't that extreme. You don't really need Bones' insane 500-mile radio range.
Yeah.
You're within
But also, this is
less
on
than
the
a mile.
assumption
of it.
that Ghost would even want to.
That's
direct-
also true. But
Where did you say you found that drawing at?
I found it in some of the archives in the Citadel. We have a lot of still uncatalogued books and old scrolls and things from centuries and centuries ago.
These someone to see.
The Citadel in Halahive.
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, I will say Ghosts, and everyone really. Hallowhive, you know, for a long time has been kind of like a tense relationship between the Citadel and the Church. The Citadel has been sort of the face of like, let's bring the world into Hallowhive and study magics that have long been forbidden and so on and so forth and modernize our city, blah, 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 blah. And the Church has very much tried to push back on like, no, close the fucking doors. Contact with the surface was a mistake, blah, 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 blah. So all of that going on. And then I will say, Ghost 2, the place where you found this in the Citadel archives was like, I don't know, give me like a retroactive investigation check. So just give me an investigation, I guess. 16's enough. It seems like not dissimilar to what you've been doing. It seems like deliberately hidden. You found it like folded up in between the pages of some book, like obviously hidden away on purpose.
Right.
So, in case that's not obvious.
The book in which it was hidden, I mean, it only stands to reason like it was probably like something really like inconsequential, like a book
it was
that people wouldn't pick up.
more
You know what I
even
mean?
than that. It was in a book about the Isle of Ash, which Ghost, I'll let you discuss that as much or as little as you want to. The place where you found that diagram folded up and shoved between the pages, seemingly purposefully hidden away, was inside of an old book about an obscure location in the abyss called the Isle of Ash, which, you know, is of interest to you for reasons. But that's where you found this diagram.
Yes, it's just in an old book discussing archaeological sites and geographical sites in the abyss. It seemed to be anything particularly related, frankly.
Should we bring Crimple?
Well, this is the
I think
question.
we might as well. I'd like to return to the Citadel anyways, and I don't think there's any harm in bringing him.
To Hallowhive, yes, not to the Citadel once we get there, yes.
Ghost, I will say to you, you're the only one person to have all the context to know this. This is, again, not to influence your decisions, just to give you all the information. Having Timothy Crimple with you will slow you down. You've done this journey before. There are going to be parts of it where somebody has to carry him. There are going to be parts of it that he simply will not be able to do, and you're going to have to come up with a solution. There are harrowing climbs, and there's all kinds of stuff that a poor little boy with rickets is not going to be able to handle. But you guys can carry him or whatever.
Right, that's why we're hiring a guide. That's their problem to solve.
Exactly. That's what, and that's what he's paying you for, in theory, is to solve those problems for him. So,
This is also the thing I looked to Bones to answer. You seem to have made a connection with the child.
Yes, not so much of a connection that I think it would be. I'm not willing to do unwise things to bring him with us, but if he's paying us and the pay is good, I could use money.
How much would this child set us back in our journey? I need to find my Master Grimm as quickly as I possibly can.
Ghost,
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
we have, not to volunteer you. I know this is probably not the most misogynistic thing to do, but Cadence currently has gauntlets of ogre strength. Perhaps you could just carry them.
And someone else can attune to them.
I'll carry him. I have an extra set of arms.
Oh my god.
To your point, Sam, it's my understanding that Grimm has one way in and one way out, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
The time matters to me, but I do understand your point. He has yet to find out, as far as I can know, about the destruction at the Scriptorium. I believe he would like to know how many of our loved ones and trusted friends and family we have lost.
Yeah. And
Well,
Ghost,
for what it's worth, we should go hire our guide as soon as possible then. And as long as he is heading to the Citadel, I'm sure that somebody there will see him who will be able to use some kind of ascending magic or something to contact them should they have moved on.
Well, I am okay with the prospect of taking this child.
What is our return plan?
We'll also just hire a guide and travel back the way we came, essentially.
Okay, I'm thinking to the next step. I'm not comfortable with taking this child to a city where he'll be trapped until he dies. But
I assure you, he will be quite entertained at the Citadel and find himself quite comfortable. And I'm certain that there will be other guides that he can hire should he need to.
okay,
Wasn't that part of it? Was like he was like going to study for a while.
Yes.
It wasn't like
Yeah,
Well,
he's
he's
made
not-
it sound like he's going to study at the Citadel, so he hasn't really said how long.
Intending
But,
to be a student, so he'll be quite comfortable.
all right.
and for what it's worth, too, like, assuming you guys don't take him, he's just going to hire a guide, and it's going to be the guide's problem. So, it's not like he has no way to get out once he's there. He just he has expressed an interest in having like a little extra protection and a little extra help than just the guide who's going to send him. And for the record, he's expressed all that interest having no idea about what is happening.
Right,
His plan was
right.
to come to Prospect and be like, how do I get to Hadawad?
And I think it's boss's like own empathy for a child in need to feel not like fully inclined but willing to help the kid.
Right.
For what it's worth, he will be safer with us in a larger group. And also, he can cast a firebolt. He'll be more helpful in
Right,
combat than me.
And you guys do know the current
this
situation is
brother
that
would forget.
Crimple went off to the embassy to go like see what going to Hellhive looks like,
Right.
and he said like maybe I'll see you there, maybe I won't. So
Okay.
that's where things currently stand.
So
Then yeah, let's make some money.
shall we find the child?
Let's find that child. Do we have anything else that we need to discuss in secret before we have the child?
I think that most of what we can discuss on the way.
Okay.
We all have somewhat urgent business, and we should probably get a move on as quickly as possible.
It is also imperative once again for me to say that the secrecy of the tome I carry is of the utmost importance, not
Yes.
just to me, but to, I believe, all of Mayor. So please, with all discretion,
What book?
wink.
Likewise, and he'll tuck his paper back into his book.
I do have one thing that's more important than that I want to discuss.
What's that?
Okay, well, you guys keep on, I don't know the word, I don't know the language too well, mocking me about my accent.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But why is it just to me and not to the person who speaks telepathically and adds an accent to it when they're anyway? Like, I feel like that's a lot more pertinent than me just being from somewhere else.
Well, do you not think with your accent? How do you think?
I mean, I think normally.
Wow, that sends me. I don't think in my accent. I think normally. Saying the quiet part out loud.
What does the voice in your head sound
what
like?
does what does
out
normal
loud?
voice sound like?
I mean, do you all think in your accent?
Yes, yes. Usually, I speak. It's my voice. That's
I
how
do. I
speak.
do not actually have an accent. You do.
You're right. Yeah.
An accent is just the way you say a word, but when you think a word, you just think of the word.
Well, yes, but I have an
Do
inner
you have
monologue
a
that is my own
Voice in your head?
You guys
When
have
you think-
voices in your head?
How do you have
than
thoughts?
Just the way I speak.
How do you have these
Wait,
thoughts?
no. You just said you do think in your head, but you think normally.
Yes,
It normally
it's not like I'm talking to myself in my head.
does normal not sound like the voice that you speak out loud.
Well, no, because that comes from like the way that your tongue moves, and like there's a lot more to it.
So if you could for me, please.
Like my brain does not have a tongue that
Well,
makes it sound like a Lisa.
So hang on.
Making it sound like you learned the language and then added the accent after.
Yeah.
This is what I understand.
So wait, if you speak to ghosts with just your mind, Ghost, what does he sound like in your mind?
That's fair.
I don't think he can transmit telepathically to ghosts. That's a one way.
Oh no!
Right, it's one way currently, unfortunately.
Oh, I have
So,
to.
if you don't enjoy voices in your head, you're not going to have a good time with about I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
I don't mind that. I'm just think it's so weird that you all have voices in your head, like normally.
Maybe it's a mortal thing.
This is possible.
I assume you guys are having this conversation as you're like walking the street
around.
towards
Yeah,
the
this
embassy.
is a silly conversation. We don't have
Yeah.
to follow. I do have to ask once again. You do not speak to yourself internally, no?
I mean, I have a thought, sir, but I don't
What
like I
does
speak it to myself.
what does this sound like out loud? If your brain without its tongue could speak, what would that sound like?
I mean, normally. I don't know. I don't.
Like the normal that I understand is normal, or a different type of normal?
I feel like we all think it normally, but not with the accents. Like if you think about what you're going to say, you don't think about it with an accent.
I don't understand how to think or speak without the way I think or speak.
This is hard for me because I've now committed to Bones having an inner monologue. I don't, so I'm with him out of character and with Bones in.
Yeah,
I was
like,
gonna say, I
yeah.
can't find the line where Sochi ends.
Yeah.
That just starts right now.
yeah. Like when I think in my head, it's not in my voice. It's just
yeah, it's just your
thoughts.
thing. Yeah, thoughts. So I'm just like you all think with like an accent.
Yeah, so I'm completely on your side, out of character.
I'm the opposite. I, in real life, always think in a fake Italian accent. As you guys are having this conversation, you round the corner to a little building that honestly just looks kind of like a little old-timey market, like a storefront. There's just a very little sign hanging on the door on the window that says Hallow Hive Embassy. You step inside to a little building with like a little kind of a desk where a guy is sitting that I will show to you. He's a ant-like Thrycreen, quite short, even for an ant guy, wearing big glasses and a little red vest and a nice like tie and button-down shirt, a little coat, and he as you step in, he says to you all telepathically into your heads, welcome, thank you, thank you for coming in. What can I do to help you? And you do see that along with this guy here is Timothy Crimple, who is asleep on kind of a like lounge chair off to the side of the room next to a little coffee table. He has not heard you enter.
Hello, yes, we are planning on traveling to Hallow Hive. We were hoping that we could get some sort of a guide or pay somebody who is familiar with the terrain.
Oh, good, yes. That was definitely highly recommended. May I ask your business in Hallow Hive?
Educational, as far as I'm aware. I look over to Ghost and Boss, I think.
Yes, we have some business at the Citadel, along with that one. Wait, Timothy.
He's got the look of a 15-year-old who didn't sleep very well last night because he murdered someone, so he's fast asleep on the
That'll
couch.
do
We've all been there.
2:00 p.m.
Yeah.
Not me yet.
He says, right. It's not, I don't necessarily need to know your business. It's just, he looks to you, Ghost. You look like you are a resident?
Yes, just returning some of my companions to the Citadel.
Understood. When did you depart? Well, I guess I'll just say it for all of you to hear. You are all aware of the eclipse, and I think some nods go through the group. It is the city of Amber and Hallow Hive at large are in something of a state of unrest at the moment. And on the 14th, he kind of looks at the calendar behind him. The church issued a official proclamation placing blame for the eclipse on the influence of the surface realms and their contact. All of which is to say, nothing has been formally decreed, but there is rumblings and rumors of a complete travel ban, a trade embargo. It may soon become very difficult to move in and out of the city. I must, it would be negligent of me and my duties to not warn you that I would frankly caution against this travel at this time. But if you wish to continue, I can help you facilitate a guide.
I reach in my bag and I pull out my camera. Normally speaking, can we take pictures?
He kind of, his head goes back and forth as he thinks and says, it depends what you mean by normally. It would have been fine until the last 2 to 3 weeks, but I frankly wouldn't recommend it. If you must proceed to Hallow Hive, I would caution you to just largely keep your heads down and avoid stirring up any kind of notice to yourselves. Your friend, he points at Ghost, has probably already told you some of the rules, but do not look directly at the lamp. Do not engage in the trade of ether salt or gemstones, especially amber. Don't engage in the trade of arcanotech that is crystal powered. Frankly, don't go around asking questions about the eclipse, the lamp. This all sounds quite authoritarian, but I'm afraid that is... Things are tense there. Marvel, go ahead.
That brings into question, and I've been waiting to ask this, my engine?
So he doesn't give you an in-character answer. To
Like,
this,
I
but-
don't say anything, but based on what he's saying, what
Understand.
am I?
He's gonna address it in kind of the same way as your camera, and you know easily if your camera's a problem, obviously your power core is going to be a problem too. And he says, my advice would be to certainly don't take pictures, at least in public spaces. If you really must, then keep them private. It is not, strictly speaking, against the laws of Hallowhive to use a piece of arcanotech of that nature to take a photograph, unless, of course, you take a photograph of the lamp, but your camera may not endure that anyway. The point being, if the authorities see you in the city streets taking pictures, they may stop you and ask questions, and I have heard of people getting in trouble for things that maybe are otherwise they would not have, were things not in the state that they currently are. It may be difficult to understand, and he looks around to a lot of you that are not from Hallowhive. Imagine how rapidly and severely things might change in your cities if the sun disappeared in the middle of the day. And that is not even the half of what Hallowhive has experienced, because they have nowhere else to go. It is the whole of their existence. It is not my place to justify or not. Just you may wish to be careful with any kind of arcanotech.
I'll nod and just kind of put it away.
Go ahead, boss.
This kind of goes back. I think Cadence asked this question earlier about like if people were like fleeing.
Yeah.
But so more specifically with all of the rhetoric that we've heard now from Ghost and from this embassy worker, everything else like kind of gone on with this. Does it seem that like the church is now establishing more of like an authoritarian position to control and placate the people?
Potentially.
As well. I mean, it seems like wouldn't people in fear of this lamp going out and like the mall and the other like beasts returning, like,
Yeah.
why wouldn't they try to escape thinking this might happen again?
Potentially, yeah. There's been some of that. It definitely seems like it's an attempt, and Ghost, you know this best of all and can share it, to sort of like placate some very intense fears and anxieties. Like this thing happened and people were immediately, obviously, like demanding answers from the church. Like, what was that? Are we safe? Is it going to happen forever? Do we need to flee? Many didn't wait for the answer to that question and just fled. Though, like, the thing is, like, where do they go? There's no place like Hallowhive. There truly is no other city, as far as you're aware, on the globe like Hallowhive.
They know of the Verdant Path.
Yeah, certainly.
So, like,
but the Verdant Path is also lit up by the lamp. It's all the lamp.
What I'm saying is like they know how to exit.
They know how to exit the
Single
city,
exit.
yes, but they don't know really how to exit Hallowhive, how to exit the kingdom. 99% of this population has never been to the surface and only knows about it through fairy tales.
I think what I was kind of getting at is like, is there now like some sort of like rebellious regime of some sort that like might be like trying to like find leadership to help them?
Certainly, and Ghost kind of alluded to that earlier.
Right.
There is essentially a cult of people called the Devorators who worship the Maw, who are worshippers of this like demon lord that is in the fabled histories of Hallowhive. And as Ghost mentioned, they have picked up some steam since the eclipse, essentially saying we actually meta above table way back in session 1. We saw a Devorator like prophesizing to the streets of Hallowhive, telling people that the lamp will fail, the Maw must feed, we must placate its hunger, blah 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 blah. And that sort of rhetoric has grown a lot of traction in Hallowhive since the eclipse.
And outside of just that like cultish group, like is there like a group of like other like rational individuals? And maybe this is also we'll find out. I was thinking like another like group of like individuals willing to like exodus to the surface now that like they're afraid that they might
Potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you're really sure necessarily.
I think that's what I was getting at. It's like, is there any reason to believe that there might be some sort of
Every
And
city's got
for
a
what it's
criminal
worth,
underground, and every criminal underground is smuggling things in and out.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And for what it's worth, there is like, it's not all like religious extremists, either like Xanthian or Devorators. There's the Citadel, and they're the people that it represents, like people that came from the surface to come here to study, and the connection between Hollow Hive and its globalization and becoming part of the larger world. Those are certainly people that would be advocating for like keeping the travel open, and have also been long advocating for making travel easier.
Understood.
But having given you all these kind of warnings, the embassy worker says, but all of that said, if you are completely set on going down, as your friend over there seemed to be, he looks over towards Timothy. As I told him, we can. There are a tribe, essentially, of rock gnomes that live in the path down to Hollow Hive. They're called the Octupa people. And they provide services leading people to and from Hollow Hive. Their services cost 20 marks per day for a group your size. Normally, this is about a 2-day trip. You would pay 20 marks up front and 20 marks when you arrive. We have one that will be returning, I believe, this evening. You could depart as soon as tomorrow morning, if that is still your plan.
This sounds agreeable.
Sounds reasonable to me, yeah.
Also, meta, we're going to make Crumple pay for this, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Also, since we're not leaving until tomorrow, can I bring my bag to the train station tomorrow?
Yes, totally fine. Yes.
Yes, this sounds agreeable to me. Mm-hmm. Is there proper lodging nearby?
Yes, there's plenty. We have some here, but if I can be frank, I wouldn't recommend it. It's not the most comfortable. Yes, there are inns and taverns all about the town. You'll find plenty. I can give you a couple recommendations, and he writes some places down and hands you a piece of paper with some inns on it.
The last question I have before we, as we're moving our way over towards this embassy, we can clearly see like the entryway into the Underdark, right?
Yeah.
Is there like a large number of people moving in and out? Like, is it like or is it like heavily guarded, maybe like 1 or 2 people with like proper papers move through?
You actually, what happens first is you look around as you've been walking through the city and for like, where is the entrance, and don't see an obvious like to Hollow, and Esso, this embassy worker, says, Norbu will walk, that's the name of the Octupa, will walk you through many of the details, but the journey begins by traveling through an abandoned area of mines, old ether salt mines that didn't come to fruition many decades ago. But anyway, you'll be traveling through essentially old abandoned mines to begin with. From there, through the Upper Dark, and then through the Adamantine Layer, and then through the Underdark. He does always ask me, and he looks over all your belongings, like literally your bags and stuff. Says, if you don't already have all of your belongings stored in some sort of magical bag of holding or some such, that is highly recommended. You'll be moving through narrow passageways. It is, I'm assuming you're aware of this already, he looks at Ghost. Your friend has told you about what this journey will be like. It is not you are not walking downstairs for 2 days. You're traveling through natural caves. It is not a safe journey. You will encounter danger. Your Octupa should keep you mostly safe, but it will be physically trying and not always safe. Cadence, go ahead.
I don't know if we're there yet, but does he like take our name down or anything? Is there
He hasn't yet, but he will.
Okay,
get to it. He says, if you wish to reserve Octupa's service or Norbu's services.
That's also kind of what I was asking about, like people like showing paperwork to guards, or it's like, can you move freely in and out of like the?
Yeah, so there is not like customs to go into this passageway. He does say, Esso says what Ghost has already told you. Upon arrival to Hollow Hive, security has been heightened greatly in the last weeks, so you will be expected to render your belongings for search and give identities and the nature of your business in Hollow Hive.
I guess Ghost, with the heightened security that's they are now holding, are wares in danger? The storm in your diagram? Should we not take them with us? I cannot part with this book.
Right. Personally, I feel more comfortable bringing it. We just,
yes,
like all things, we keep our heads down, don't make any trouble for anyone, and
is there
once
any
we reach the Citadel, we should be fine.
Is there any way that you could send word ahead to the Citadel to have them meet us, to give us safe passage into the city?
Unfortunately, I haven't mastered that magic personally.
Does anyone down there know you have that diagram?
A few people. There's a few close friends, but that's it.
No cops have seen it, though, presumably, until we get
No.
down there in 2 days.
Correct.
That would be seen as an act of heresy, yes? Possession of this
Potentially,
diagram?
yes.
Ghost, for what it's worth, you left the city with that drawing, which I assume was kind of a harrowing moment for Ghost. But like,
Yeah.
they didn't take every book out of your bag and thumb through every page for something hidden between pages. They did take your books out to make sure you weren't like stealing some shit from the Citadel or something. But like, the search wasn't like, fucking body cavity thorough. They're making sure you're not doing anything obviously criminal. And I will say, Ghost, in case you didn't, I know the dates there, we don't have exactly lined up with one another, I don't think. That proclamation that the Queen made on Sprouts the 14th, that is after you left. That is news to you.
Right.
When you left, there was sort of like a tense standoff going on between the church and the Citadel, but no official statement had ever been made about like what was the eclipse about. The church has now come out and said the eclipse happened because we are connected to the surface, because of the Citadel and its worldliness, because of all of these things. We need to isolate Hilo Hive and shut ourselves off from the surface forever. No like new laws have been written into stone yet, but certainly like the tone has shifted even further since you've been gone.
So of us going down and causing trouble will just further that.
Potentially.
Yeah, we should not cause trouble while we're there, yeah.
Yeah, just keep your heads down and we'll figure out how to make it work.
I wish you hadn't told me about the light, because now I just want to look at it really badly.
This I also feel.
Make
What? Why do you want to
veils
look at...
for all of you.
Do you guys look at the sun?
I have before, yes.
Yes, I've never looked at it.
Have you not looked at the
I know, I don't look at the sun.
You've never seen a
I've
sunset?
seen the sun in the corner of my eye in a sunset, but I don't look up at the sun in the midday. You'll lose your eyes.
I can see Morisco like fully Donald Trumping it and just
Is there... Oh, God.
Telepathically, just to Boss, I would say. I can ensure that we get the box of theorem through security without any issues.
Thank
No
you.
more than that.
And I give like a kind of knowing nod as a thank you for letting me feel a little bit better about that. But I won't. Yeah, since it was just to me, I just give you a slight nod.
I said, does Timothy Crimple lose his damn mind?
no.
He's still asleep.
Has to be deliberately contacted. Although you guys are talking out loud, but he's so fast asleep though. He's having that like
I just killed a guy's sleep.
yeah, like in like 1 to 2 hours after some real trauma, you can't sleep. But about 12 to 14 hours after some real trauma, he sleeps so hard. So that's how hard he's sleeping right now. So anyway, Esso says, very well then. I would say, he looks at like a watch that he's wearing. Norbu usually likes to depart as early as he can during the day. He likes to make the adamantine layer by nightfall. Well, by our nightfall. So maybe 8 a.m. Would be a good time to return here to depart for your journey.
What time is it right now?
It's like 3 p.m.
Oh,
So you've got till
so much time.
yeah, you got till tomorrow morning. You're good.
Is there an outfitter or somewhere I could buy magic items nearby?
Yes, we have a few of those around here. And also, if I should have also mentioned this, Norbu would have killed me if I didn't. You do need, I would recommend camping equipment, climbing equipment, all that kind of gear. And yes, aside from that, yeah, there are magic item providers, and he writes down a few places for you to go look into.
Perfect. You mentioned putting everything in bags of holding. I'm going to make sure I get one.
Yes. I actually have some of those here if you wish to purchase
If
them.
you don't mind.
Yes, no, absolutely. And he pulls one up. We've talked about the 10 marks. Does anyone remember the price of a bag? I'll find it.
Wait, I know you've sent it to me, so I'll look
Yeah,
it up.
I'll find it at break. I remember there's like 4 different tiers of bag of holding now because we like, yeah.
Is it in your job description to look through my belongings and tell me what might be a problem to take down?
Certainly, that is exactly what I do here.
Okay, wonderful. Then, yeah.
Yeah, you tell me if there's anything in your bag that you think might raise flags. I don't know.
I'll actually take a moment to get some of it off to the side before I show him because he doesn't need to see that I have grenades.
Fair.
Although I guess he doesn't really care.
Yeah, I will say real quick, this has come up a few times this campaign, and we haven't like expounded upon it. Where like I think you guys were a little surprised that you could get on a train with just guns and no one said anything.
It's Wild West, yeah.
It's more even than that. Like this is a world that is like 85% wilderness and has monsters in it.
Right, right.
There's fucking wyverns and chimeras and goddamn terrible spirits everywhere. So it is far, far more normal in this world for people to walk around armed all the time.
Yeah.
Most people are at least a little combat trained and carry arms. That said, like grenades might raise eyebrows, but he's
Yeah. Looking through, I don't like the main. I don't have anything super crazy. The main thing would be like the radio comms equipment.
Yeah, he looks through that, and much as he did for the camera, he says that I would just keep in your bags. I will ask Norbu when he returns tonight if how bad the situation is. That's
Sure.
the sort of thing that 4 weeks ago you could walk down with, and they would tell you keep that in your bag,
Right.
And you'll be fine. Now I don't know if they're going to tell you you cannot enter with that.
Certain.
I believe I would have received that memo by now and have not. But things are changing daily in Hallowhive.
Do you have storage facilities here for things that need to be left?
Certainly,
behind?
yes.
Okay.
There's no charge for that.
Wonderful.
They're little lockers where you can't store like a 64-gallon drum.
I mean, a 64-gallon drum in a bag of holding, which
That's
costs
true.
10 marks.
That is true. You could store it there, but his was like 1 mark for 10 days of storage. So
You could just put it in the drum. Store your bombs in my drum.
store your bombs in his drum of ether salt. What is the
What
worst
could
that
go
could
wrong?
happen?
Do I get the feeling that my armor might be a problem?
He looks at it over if you go over with Bones to kind of.
I'm reluctant to just like show this armor to them.
I'm with you. Just based on what you're hearing about the camera and about the thing, it falls into a weird place of like, you probably want to do the same thing that you've been told everything else, but just leave it in your bag. You probably don't want to walk through the streets of Hallowhive in your armor.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but like, yeah, you're probably okay if you just keep it in your bag and don't get it out.
Yeah, but definitely when we get into combat in the next hour or so of playtime, I'll have to get it out.
No, we're going to do 3 more sessions of roleplay before we have any more combat, just so you guys know.
Wouldn't surprise me.
It's very uneventful, this walk.
Right.
Is there any like concern with taking like simple magical items like the boots of Elvenkind or like my eagle
No,
eye?
and this is an important lore distinction. Those items are not like crystal-based arcanotech. Those are like old-fashioned, and in this world it's referred to as fishery, artificery, like old-fashioned, permanent, enchanted items, not things that need like recharged with ether every day, blah, blah, blah. So those are not like the Nathan Church has no problem with a regular old artifice item.
Did all the problem.
But once again,
Crystal-based shit they don't like.
Last thing I have a quick question on, as far as like with the initial supplies and like gear that I owned as a character, stepping into the world, backpack, satchel, whatever. Does
Yeah.
bedroll or any of that include, or is that all separate items?
It would be like included in your package if it came
Yeah,
with
okay.
it, so it probably is not. It's not very expensive, but
No,
we can-
I wasn't sure if that was something we
is
should.
it? I'll say just to like, not spend all session on it. You guys buy some travel gear. We'll hash that out on the break.
Yes.
Just people have to listen to a sticker about how much a bedroll costs. But go ahead.
question. So a few of us are catfolk who have climb speeds. Does that mean we still require climbing?
That's a great question because like almost all of you are catfolk.
Only like
Yeah, no. If you've got a
4/7.
if you've got a real climb speed, then yeah, you really probably don't need climbing equipment. It might be safer.
I was going to say Bones gets some no matter what. He
Yeah.
does not want to go anywhere
Right.
without a carabiner and a
Say
ladder.
there's a world where you want to like carabiner yourself into
Yeah.
like a belay system, so if you slip, you don't fall to your
Right,
death.
right.
And
Monsters or
do we know
wet
how,
or whatever.
does anyone know off the top of their head how much it would be for climbing equipment?
No, we just said we're going to hash it out later.
I'll find
Oh,
it.
I wasn't
Just
paying
said
No,
that.
you're good. You're good. I'll find it on break. We'll do the how much the shit cost on break. Go ahead, Cadence.
When he writes our name down, is it like ledger style? Is it
Yeah,
just a
so yeah, we
list
should
of
play that
names?
out too. He says, okay, now in order to go ahead and reserve this, we will need just the first 20 marks down payment. You guys look, Timothy is asleep, but you presume he'll
Not after I pickpocket him. He's not.
try to just go take his wallet. And just names for your party, each individual. And he gets out like a little ledger book, yes, which you see as ledger.
I look. Is Grimm's name on there?
Give me a perception check.
Good.
I'm going to call this perception instead of investigation. Just trying to do it at a glance without like taking the book.
Natural 20 for 24.
Hell yeah, what a great roll. Yes, as he thumbs through the book, you with your keen cadence eye, this is what you do, is spot shit in
Your
documents.
cadence I see.
What's your
Your
cadence
cadence
I
I
see? You do see the name. You see Fillard Grimm. And let me get you the exact date, because you're going to get the exact date on that roll.
I love that.
I love that too. Get this shit done.
He's in the room with us right now.
He's in the room with us right
He's in the
now.
room. Timothy Crimple undisguised selves and reveals that he was Grim all along.
He still has rickets.
He still has rickets. Yeah, he got rickets since last time he saw him. I don't know how rickets works.
Like the sunlight.
On the first of Sprouts, which is 25 days ago,
Okay.
Fillard Grimm he departed here to go down to Hallowhive,
Okay.
and you don't see a return trip back up.
Okay,
So,
cool.
Lovely. And as a matter of fact, it sounds like we're spending a night here, getting a rest in, and then departing in the morning for the Underdark. So I think right here would be just a lovely spot for us to go ahead and take our break. So we will be right back here in about 30 seconds. See you all soon. And welcome back, everybody. We left off as you guys were finishing up some shopping, which we took care of on break here. You guys have all your nice climbing equipment and ropes and pythons and harnesses and so forth. It's, maybe 5 p.m. or so here in the city of Prospect. You guys are kind of walking through streets where most people are miners or their families or people running shops to support the mines. Everything here is built around the mines. There you do see off away there is like an ether factory or an ether plant, and you guys spend a little time shopping. I presume maybe get a bite to eat at some point. And you tell me, are you kind of just killing the rest of this night, going to bed, and on to your travels tomorrow? I assume some people are tired from bad nights of sleep last night and everything that went down, but
We haven't yet addressed anything with young Master Crimple.
no, he was asleep when you left. Unless you wanted to wake him up before you leave, which you can.
No, I think it's finally we let him sleep, but I think we should talk to him and let him know that we're willing to take his employee.
Yeah.
Probably a good idea.
So
We'll say at
probably figure out what rate we're getting paid.
Yeah,
that's quite wise. We'll say at some point.
Make him pay for Turbo or whatever.
Right.
Turbo.
Yeah, Norbu. You guys, at some point, make your way back to the embassy, where you find that young Master Crimple is returned to the land of the living, awake once again. He's still just sitting in his little armchair reading books. As you step in, he says, "Oh, smashing! You've returned. I heard from my dear friend Esso over here that we were in business together. You're coming with me to Hallowhive."
I push Bones forward.
Yes, we will be leaving in the morning with you.
Very well.
8 a.m.
I planned on paying for the Octupa, of course, and I figured for each of you 20 marks apiece, if that seems fair. I'd cover the Octupa and pay you each 20. Very well, very well. He right away.
Wait, a day or?
No, just for the whole thing. He opens his wallet up and just immediately starts fishing out cash. And this is the end of his negotiations.
For
Just 20
trained
20 total.
bodyguards,
20
a
total.
veteran, a resident of Hollowhive, a actual geomancer. Seems like we're getting a little underpaid here.
Give me a persuasion check.
And a Gauda, don't forget about that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Not one.
That one. He says, "Oh, that seems all right to me. I'm paying you half what I'm paying the Octupa, and he's a specialist. But
Talk to him later.
do we have a fair accord? Everyone in agreement?"
I think that works, yeah.
You said, sorry, kids, you said 20 marks a day. That's 20 marks for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Would have been the same. Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
He's,
the
not
outcome's
one.
the same, but
He's-
I wanna-
he's essentially paying the 20 marks a day to the Octupa and paying each of you guys 20
at
marks.
the end.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is a
At
great
the
deal of
end
money.
or the beginning?
He's handing you cash right now. He has opened his wallet up and is passing you cash. So he hands you guys each 20 marks.
How much money is in there?
Give me a perception check.
Who is this kid? Let's all out, boys. 8.
Okay. Let me roll a sleight of hand check for him.
Yeah, let's check it.
Okay.
Does he have
He handed
disadvantage?
us 20 marks, right?
20 marks. Correct. So 2 gold if you're keeping track that way. What's that?
Perception?
Perception.
26.
26 is very, very good. You see him counting out this cash, and he is not subtle about this. The DC is not high. After handing you each 20 marks, he goes over to Esso and says, and here's the 20 up front for Mr. Norbu. And Esso says, no, you give that to him. Just hold on to that for now, young man. Oh, right. And he sticks it back in his wallet. And you see that remaining to him right now is 110 marks. So he'll have to pay 40 of that to Norbu, and he'll have 70 left.
Got it.
So he's spent over half of his cash on this.
He's just trying to get there. I
Yep.
understand.
This kid is going
And then he's just gonna.
branded
He's
in a
gonna-
city
he'll
that
figure
is
it out.
trying to close itself off to the outside world.
He'll figure it out.
Oh boy.
Well, I'm very pleased to have some help from talented adventurers like you after the way you handled them giants and that awful man. It seems like I'll be in good hands. I'm sorry that I will slow you down quite a lot on account of the rickets, but nothing to be done about that.
This is okay. This one, this Cadence, she can carry you. And I gotta give Cadence a wing.
Perfect.
Or somebody will.
I will. I hate to have to be carried, but I'm not too proud to admit that sometimes it might be necessary going into these sort of spelunking things. I've never been in a cave before.
They're awful. You'll hate it. It's
Oh, it can't be all that bad. Something new. I can't say as I've ever done something new that I hated all the way.
okay. All right.
Let's hope this is true.
I ain't never seen a rock gnome either.
Come to think of it, I don't know if I've seen a rock gnome.
I wonder if they're made of rocks.
No.
I've seen a rock gnome yet.
Give me a nature check.
I just did. 20.
Yeah, for sure.
30.
For sure.
Are they made of
Kind of like
rocks?
a little bit related to elementals and are actually kind of like stony skinned.
So yes, this is the nature of their skin.
Okay.
Quite durable.
Good to know.
Well, leaving in the morning. I would say I should go to bed right now. He looks at a clock that says it is 5:30 p.m. It
sure
says,
he's
but
still-
I just took a nap, so now I've got kind of a second wind, as it were. I was having a little bit of trouble sleeping last night on account of all the terrible things that happened.
The murder.
Were you all having trouble sleeping? You all saw it too. Terrible.
Yeah.
Especially you.
Didn't
I
sleep
bet you
great.
didn't sleep a wink.
No, I will sleep well tonight.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever slept as hard as I slept on that nap just now.
I will probably grab some dinner and then try to go to bed early.
Oh, very well, very well.
I don't know about like right this moment early. I'm just saying that tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you want any company for dinner, I'd be happy to join you. But if you don't want me around, as I understand, I know it can be a lot to deal with. That's what my mom always says.
That's a horrible thing for her to say.
No, she's quite busy. She has a hard life. Tending the house for Master Crimple and all. I just like to stay out of her hair.
We need to do a little bit of shopping, but I don't.
Oh, right. I was told I should go buy a bag, and I should go buy some ropes. So I reckon I should get that taken care of.
Get yourself a bedroll, a tent of some sort.
Oh, hold on now. And he gets into his backpack and pulls out some paper and starts writing down a list.
Bedroll, tent, water skin, at least one. Emergency rations.
Very well, very well.
It doesn't need a tent.
Was that?
It doesn't need a tent. It's a cave.
That may be true. Yeah.
It might rain of spiders, though.
Bugs.
Oh, hate that thought.
Well, yeah, it does do that, but the tents are spiders.
There is some privacy in having your own tent, though.
Yes, this is why I have tents.
Lamp, lantern, some oil for it. Torch.
Oil?
Is that sacrilegious?
You're still doing
Expensive.
oil lamps? And these days? You're not using the crystal powered one?
Well, I mean, yeah.
I guess I could use an oil one. Just feels a little old fashioned.
Do you know what's going on in Hollow Hive?
What do you mean?
Does someone want to explain to him why you can't take crystal power technology?
Oh, no,
down
Esso
there?
did tell me. He did tell me about some of that. He said it's not a good time down there to be going. And I said, well, I must. Because Master Crimple sent me away to go to Hollow Hive, so to Hollow Hive I must go. So,
I put my hand on his shoulder and I was like, young Master Crimple, just listen to Bones.
understood. Everything he says. Oil lantern, tent. And he goes through this list that he's thoroughly written down. Very well, very well. Well, perhaps I'll go do my shopping, and I'll see you all in the morning.
Here, 8 a.m.
8 a.m. sharp. I'll probably be here about 7:45.
I believe you would.
Master Crimple always says if you aren't 15 minutes early, you're late.
That's good advice.
Master Crimple's quite wise.
I don't know about that, but at least that was good advice.
Sounds like a father's advice.
We will probably get dinner at some point. I don't know what is around here, but Or we will look for you.
I walked by a couple places. There was rock salt, and there was the canary in the cage, I believe it was. What else? Well, perhaps I'll find you for dinner.
Yeah.
If we happen upon each other. If the fates align, as it were.
Has Morisco sought out restaurants for food?
Yeah, this happened last time. You guys ended up at Rock Salt, where you were basically just going for privacy. And then we did come up with a name for some, mining bar. I think it was, the Cage Canary or something.
I thought
Canary in a coal mine?
the dead canary.
Dead Canary. Yeah, it was the Dead Canary. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah.
Is Spaghetti About It a chain? Is there just a Spaghetti About It in every town we go to?
No, there's only one spaghetti about it, sadly.
And you can't forget about it.
You can't spaghetti about it once you've had it. Once you spaghetti about it, you never go back. Anyway.
Once you spaghetti, you never forget.
Thank you. We got there. So yes, you guys find somewhere to eat dinner. Unless you guys would like to play out dinner time, we can kind of fast forward through the night's rest.
I have nothing.
Lovely. Night eventually comes here in Prospect. A bunch of workers come back up from the mines. The town gets a lot busier for 1 hour, and then it goes dead as everyone goes to work or goes to sleep after a long day of work. The ether factory, though, keeps running all night. Presumably tappers in there keeping the street lights lit and the houses warmed or cooled at this time of year. And eventually you guys find an inn to sleep in. I believe the cost of an inn is, we just said this earlier, 2 silver marks for a night. You guys can share a room and just pay 1 silver mark each if you wish to.
Bones
So
does
wants privacy.
get his own room.
Okay, understood. Bones, as you are in your room and you're kind of going through your bags and, getting things reorganized for this trip tomorrow, at one point you pull out Pavlo's pistol, and it is just icy cold to the touch. You feel like you're taking it out of an ice box. It's not enough to hurt your hand or anything, but it's just very, very cold to the touch. You can feel almost a hum in it. It's clearly some magic has taken place.
I was going to say that's not norm.
No, something
Yeah.
magical has happened here. Give me an Arcana check if you wish to.
21.
21 is very, very good. You hold it in your hand. The cold of it kind of travels almost down your wrist and towards your elbow as you hold it for a second. And you almost hear in the back of your mind, you at first aren't sure if you're hearing it or if you're just imagining it, but then you kind of funny conversations earlier about whether you hear your thoughts or not. You can tell that you are hearing it in your mind because it isn't in your own voice. You hear Pavlo's voice just say, Bonocello Langstapel, Katernia Shevchenko, Dyatlov Savelovich, Maria Antonov, Viktor Adamante, Bonocello Langstapel, Katernia Shevchenko. And you just hear his voice in the back of your mind repeating 5 names. Something magical has happened to this gun. And on a 21 Arcana check, it has been magically imbued with a desire for vengeance against those who wronged its original owner. It is now a magical item that requires attunement by someone with an aligned desire to enact vengeance against one or more of the individuals named. While you're tuned, you can cast Locate Creature from it, requiring no components targeting any of the named individuals. When you do, its range is 5 miles. When you use it to attack these 5 individuals, and only when you're using it to attack these 5 individuals, it is +1. It does an extra 2d6 psychic damage. And each time you hit with it but do not crit, the crit threshold goes down. As in, you hit once, now it crits on 19 to 20. Hit again, crits 18 to 20. And then it also does extra damage in addition to critical damage on a crit.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
So you
He
said,
did not like you.
you said, but to attune to it, you only need to have vengeance.
One or more people on his list.
So
You would be eligible for sure.
Hell yeah.
And I would rule probably even Morisco would be eligible if he wants it. And likewise, while Bones is reading that, Morisco, as you go into your room and likewise start kind of unpacking your bags and sort of moving stuff into your new bag that you've just purchased and getting everything all set up for your trip tomorrow, you go to take off your shirt when you get dressed for the night and kind of put on your pajamas. And in the shirt pocket of your shirt, the front breast pocket, you see a little folded up piece of paper.
Ooh, boy. Well, I open it. I gotta know what that is.
You unfold this piece of paper that was in the breast pocket of your shirt. It is written in a handwriting that you don't recognize, but it's easy to surmise whose it might be. It says, Morisco, by the time you read this, I will be gone. I doubt that we will ever meet again, and I doubt even more so that you would forgive me even if we did. I'm sorry about your friend. He took my husband from me. For years I tried to forgive him, tried to rationalize that he was simply following orders. But we all have a choice. He made his, and I have made mine. But his crimes are not yours, and you did nothing to deserve the death of your friend, and for this I am sorry. I do not expect your forgiveness. I'm not writing to justify myself to you. I'm writing only to tell you how grateful I am for our short time together. This may seem melodramatic for what amounts essentially to a one-night stand, but I want you to know that today you gave me moments of peace and laughter and joy that I had not felt since Esmond was murdered. You remind me so much of him. I became swept away in the feelings you renewed in me, and in doing so I have treated you very unfairly. I want you to know that it is not your fault. My choices were my own. I selfishly took advantage of your affection, even knowing that I could not repay it. You deserve better than me, and I hope that you will find it. I will not forget you. And it's signed Pavlo.
I did need a second, sorry.
You're fine.
Mauricio careful not to get any tears on the paper. He doesn't want to smudge the writing, but he pulls that up, and I don't know how big the locket on his chest is. I don't think he can shove that in there with it.
It's a pretty small piece of paper. You can tell that it was like hastily scrawled. He like tore off a little piece of. It's probably on. Just like a little piece of paper. It looks like a small notebook, like a little black book or something, and folded it up like 4 or 5 times. So it's a very small piece of paper once it's folded. Looks like maybe in the middle of the night when he like got up and snuck out of your room, he first did that. Stuck it in your pocket that was kind of hanging by the bedside. So anyway, all that to say that it folds up small enough to fit into your locket if you want it there.
Cool. Yeah, I'll put it in there.
Yeah.
It's a bit of closure he needed for sure.
Yeah. And with that, as those two things are happening in the rooms of Bones and of Morisco, if anyone else has anything they wish to do before retiring to sleep, otherwise, sleep comes to you all mercifully. A long, well-needed night of sleep, and you wake up in the morning to another zenith on the 27th, I believe it is, of Sprouts. So if anyone gets anything back on a short rest, you can mark that now.
In the morning,
Yeah, go ahead.
I kind of just like get my little tools out and I start like crafting a little thing, just flavor wise, and I'm going to create just a little pocket watch.
Okay.
And give one to Cadence. Here, it should help. And I'm just going to be casting Gift of Alacrity on you. Kind of gives you like a little bit of a quick reaction time, so you can.
It's a D8 to your initiative rolls for the next 8 hours.
Initiative for 8 hours.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and then I will make one for me as well.
Lovely. So the two of you have your Gift of Alacrity for the first 8 hours of your day at least.
Synchronize our watches.
You synchronize your watches. Yep. And you guys get up, I assume probably like around the zenith, around 6:30 a.m. or so you can get to the embassy by 8, kind of reconvene, eat a little breakfast, and make your way to the embassy once again. Inside, Timothy Crimple is there, bright and early as promised. And he is accompanied by Esso, who is still here, and also by this little figure right here. He is a stout little gnomish guy, a little under 4 feet tall, wearing dark green overalls and a fur cloak. He's got several leather belts with various pieces of survival gear attached to them. His body seems to be made like almost completely of cracked gray stone. He has big, disproportionately large stone hands, The top of his head is bald with kind of uneven, jagged chunks of rock jutting up where hair would be. He's got a big bushy blonde beard and eyebrows. His beard is so long that he's got it tucked in underneath his belt. He is, as you step in the process of kind of eyeing Timothy Crimple up and down a little bit with a look on his face of kind of incredulity, which is going off of Timothy Crimple like water off of a duck's back. He says, "Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Timothy Crimple at your service. And these are my friends right here. Perfect timing. Norbu's just arrived." And you guys step in. And Esso telepathically says, "This is Norbu. He is the Octupa for your travels today. I have already given him your information." And he kind of walks around, checks each one of you, and like checks your bags, make sure that you're not carrying anything hugely bulky or anything. He, in the same way that he looks a little incredulously, or with a little bit of incredulity at Timothy, he looks at how many tiny fucking cat people are in this party with a face that's like, okay, that's good. We've got tiny cat people here. And then there's a bit of like a pause at Boss as he like looks up and down at you at your height and stature. And he looks and says, "You may be bumping heads on the ceiling at times, crawling even. You're comfortable with this?"
This is something that I can do, yes.
Very well. And your friend, and he looks over at Timothy Crimple and says, there are times he will have to be carried. The journey will be slow, but he is paid well.
This is also something that we understand.
Very well. I am prepared to depart when you all are.
Does this mean that like Ghost can like lay on his back and then he can just like
Skitter.
not just skitter, just like take Timothy and just like I don't know
Conveyor belt. Yeah, he can conveyor belt him like 6 feet at a time. He has to scoot himself back up.
and then just like skitter and then scoot again.
I feel like crowd surfing, like somebody jumps off the stage. And...
More than 6 feet.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot you're a total
like
of like
14,
14 feet.
Yeah.
I can feel it on my body.
Yeah, I really don't like
It
this.
sounds
Yeah.
like it would just tickle.
He could do that, or he could just throw himself to his death off of a cliff or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, that one for sure, for sure that one.
Lovely.
We could take one of these climbing harnesses and some rope and make a backpack to carry the young boy in.
How tall is he?
Timothy Crimple he's not that small. He's like 14 years old, and he's a big race. He's probably like 5 feet tall.
Including,
Taller, maybe not including the top hat.
or I was saying the tail.
Oh, including the tail? No, that's just like foot to head height. The tail is more. But he says,
So
I'm
he's taller than.
Half.
yeah, he's taller than
Everyone.
some of the Tabaxis.
He's
for
taller
sure.
than 2 of the Tabaxis.
Yeah.
I mean, Norbu is taller than most of the people in this party.
How tall is Norbu?
He's about 4 foot tall, a little less than 4.
We're taller than him.
Yeah, he's like 3'10" or something.
2'6" or something? Or is Patches 2'6"?
I think he's 4'8" and I'm 4'10".
The Patches is 1'6".
Oh, okay.
He's truly a fairy height.
Yeah.
Norbu says, well, if everyone is prepared, we begin our travels through the abandoned mines. If you will follow me this way. And he begins kind of walking, at first just kind of through the streets of Hallowhive, or not Hallowhive, Prospect, I should say, and kind of over to nobody's surprise at all, a little area of what looks like was once a mine. It looks at first like you're going somewhere that you ought not be going. There are signs that say like "Do not enter." There are some of the entrances are like boarded up and stuff. There is on the entrance to it literally like a locked gate, but Norbu goes up and has a key that he uses to unlock and open this gate. As you guys step into this first like tunnel of this mine, you feel the warmth of the sun leave your back for what presumably will be the last time until you reach Hallowhive and step into darkness.
Oh, we step into the darkness because I forgot to do this last night. I'll turn to Sam while we're just walking. Sam, just figure I should warn you. Grim left from here down to Hallowhive almost a month ago, 25 days.
This thing is, you know this thing?
Yes, I know this. So I don't... If there's one way in and one way out, he's still down there as far as I can tell, but I wouldn't put stock in that. He's probably teleported away, I would think.
This is good news to know that he is or has been here, and I hope that we find him quickly. Thank you.
Marble, go ahead.
This is kind of a retroactive question, just because I would have this prepared for the day. Were we told that we would have to be like stealthing at any point, or is this just kind of just a walk?
Yeah, he would have told you. Norba will tell you this now. I know you would have already prepared this anyway, but this first day of travel, that will not be largely necessary. If we make a reasonable pace, as I typically do, we will be traveling mostly through the Upper Dark, which is safer in relative terms. And then there will be passing the adamantine layer, and by the end of the day we may be in the Underdark, but today will be mostly difficult physical travel more so than danger.
I pull out my staff and speak the word Rashani, and it starts to glow.
Excellent. Yeah. Everything lights up. That helps you tremendously.
Ghost is going to be the last person that enters, and as he's looking at the dark, all-consuming abyss in front of him, I'm going to just touch the lantern on his staff and turn it on. Say, all right, come along, Professor, and shuffle in very slowly and timidly behind everybody else.
All right. As Ghost, you are the last to feel the true warmth of sunlight leave your back, though still an unfamiliar sun to you. You step into dark, man-made tunnels that are kind of held up by old, partially rotten wooded supports. Most of them are lined with minecart rails that are long disused. There are long cobwebs and spiderwebs covering everything. As you begin to move through following Norbu, the tunnels are dank and shadowy and kind of eerily quiet, other than the occasional chirping of bats or skittering of critters that have made their homes here. As you begin walking through, he says, the surface dwellers created this mine in search of ether salts before they learned that it is uncommon in the Upper Dark. When their mine inadvertently made contact with a system of caves, they deemed it unstable and abandoned it. Now it serves little purpose other than as a doorway to the Upper Dark. He begins leading you through.
Will we see any veins?
It is possible in the Underdark that we will. Not in these mines. Ether salt proliferates mostly much deeper in the earth, below the adamantine layer, closer to the ley lines. It is uncommon at these depths.
I assume that he gives us tour guidey stuff the entire walk.
He gives you little tidbits like that, yes, for sure. It's more like... Yeah, I guess that is basically what it is. It's kind of tour guiding. He's explaining like the different strata of the Underdark.
I've been to Mammoth Cave. I know how the tour guide works.
Yeah, totally.
If that's the case, Marble's into it.
Yeah, absolutely. He
but probably also tripping constantly.
for sure. Timothy Crimple is like already not doing that well. He can keep up here. These are tunnels made for people to walk through. He's just slower than you guys. He, as you are talking to him about ether salt, he says, the people of Prospect have since created deeper mines that reach all the way to the adamantine layer, but they do not allow travelers to use it, so we must go the old ways. And you guys kind of continue to wind your way down through these mining systems, taking sometimes little like man-made almost stairs and often just following mine cart tracks. But everything largely peaceful, uneventful, just kind of a bit of a slow slog for maybe 30 minutes or so. Eventually, these tunnels lead you to a mechanical lift. It's like this wooden platform reinforced with like a metal frame, and you can see that there are like chains and pulleys off to the sides of it. You can see that there is like a manual crank in there that has to be like physically spun to lower you down. He looks around at this large group and says, this may not accommodate all of us at once. I will go first and we will send it back up. And it's not a challenge or anything, but he gets in there with a few of you, and then he begins to turn this crank. And with just the sound of rusty metal rubbing on metal and an eerie screeching, this lift slowly lowers about 200 feet down the height of like a pretty good-sized skyscraper almost. And down until it eventually lowers into kind of just a small manually carved antechamber in a like natural cave system, no longer in man-made mines, but just in natural caves. Go ahead, boss.
From this point on, I will just have an active check with my sense of smell in case like something changes. Like all of a sudden smell some sort of putrid beast or anything like that.
Makes sense. So keep in mind that you are just sort of your ongoing activity is keeping up against a sense of smell. Go ahead and give me a perception check with advantage. If it's not as good as your passive, we'll use your passive. But
24.
Okay, sweet. We'll keep on 24 smell check, and then go ahead, Marble.
Marble's doing the complete opposite. He is just staring at everything in the cave. He isn't-
Absolutely.
He's never been in a cave before.
Yeah. Timothy Crimple likewise is like mouth agape looking
Every
at
so often
everything.
I'll probably like tap him on the shoulder and like point
Yeah,
at something.
he's for sure all the way in it with you. He's like asking so many questions to Norbu. Like, what does Epidoc mean? What's Underdoc mean? Why do you call it the Epidoc? It's still underneath, isn't it? Just like silly stuff like that. Just on and on. Eventually it takes like, I think 2 or 3 rounds of the lift going up and down to bring you all down. But you eventually find yourself in a natural cave system. The space down here is at times about as wide as the mine tunnels you were in, but at times much more narrow. There are times where even the shorter among you are kind of like ducking a little bit, and the taller of you maybe even have to almost get down on your hands and knees to move through some spaces.
Skill issue.
As Norbu begins to lead you through, these caves are mostly similar to like a real world cave system. These are not these kind of sprawling, enormous caverns of the Underdark. These are low ceilings and branching, narrow passageways carved out over millennia by erosion and the shifting of plates and the movement of water. The air down here, especially, it was already this way in the mines, but it's even more so now. It is close and still and heavy. There's an ever-present dripping and the skittering of unseen creatures. You guys have your lights. You have yours on your staff, Boss, and Ghost. You have your lantern light, but that just creates kind of an orb around you beyond which there's just an impermeable darkness surrounding you in some spots, though in most your light reaches to the edges of the spaces that you occupy before reaching darkness. Norbu, as you guys begin to move through this space, says, "It may seem as though we are far beneath the surface, but to the people of the Underdark, this territory is known as the Upper Dark. The farthest upward reaches before the surface." Timothy Crimple was like, "Oh, all right, I get it then." Upper as in upper to, underfolk. At times you find yourself squeezing through very narrow passageways from either like needing to get down on hands and knees and crawl or needing to fit through narrow fissures of stones vertically. Having to like, even though some of you have moved to, all of you have moved off of regular bags and moved to like bags of holding, there are still times where you have to like take your bags off and put them in front of you as you like shimmy through a fissure in the rock. It's easy, you begin to see how the diminutive stature of a rock gnome benefits them tremendously in this environment. Because this group is disproportionately short and tiny, this is not that big of a deal for you guys. However, I would like a survival check from each person. You all have advantage because Norbu is helping you, and you can choose wisdom, dexterity, or strength to do it with. Crimple is going to do this as well.
Can I sell you on Constitution?
No, you cannot.
Damn.
Thank
So we're
you
just
for trying.
doing
My
like
three words.
D20 plus whatever.
Yeah, so you have advantage, you're rolling a d20, and you're adding your choice of either wisdom, dex, or strength. And if you have survival proficiency or some lore that you want to sell me on, you can try to apply that. I will say, now before we start rolling, Crimple has disadvantage, plus advantage for a straight roll. He is doing this check too unless someone is literally physically carrying him. If somebody is literally physically carrying him, he doesn't have to do it, but that person is going to suffer a penalty. So I guess the question
Is it too tight to carry him if we're
There-
putting our bags in front of us?
there are times where it is too tight to carry him, but I guess what I mean is if someone is spending most of this time carrying Timothy, that person is going to roll their survival check with disadvantage, meaning a straight roll because you had advantage. If he's being mostly left to his own movements, then he will make the check himself. That's up to you guys. At the moment, he's able to do everything that he needs to do here.
If
But
you didn't want to do it, I'll take the gloves and help.
I'll give you the gloves.
okay, so Bones with the gloves, give me your survival check straight, not an advantage.
Right.
You have both
What are the
advantage.
gloves set the strength to?
19.
If your strength right now is
Okay,
19.
same either way.
Yep, and then Timothy does not have to make this roll. Sweet. So Neo, you're good on a 23. Bones.
Dirty 20.
Great. Patches.
21.
Boss.
22.
Nice. Cadence.
23.
Nice.
18.
18. Okay. The only one to fail here, kind of ironically, is Ghost, the only person who's been in this kind
Wild.
of environment before.
He's scared
I
of
do
dark
have
right now,
Underdark
though.
lore, if that helps.
Yeah, absolutely, it helps. That gets you to 13, and the DC was 12.
I speak Undercommon. Does that help?
It does not.
I've watched Indiana Jones. Does that count?
Yes.
Okay, great. There's Norbu is leading, so no one here has to navigate. That is helpful. You're just following him. So this check is basically just for like difficult physical movement through the space, spots where you're crawling, spots where you're squeezing, stuff like that. Your worst case here was not very bad. It was just potentially exhaustion or something. But with Timothy Crimple kind of at times hopping onto Bones' back so that he can walk, and at times Norbu leading the way. And Ghost, you having done this before with your Underdark lore, you've been literally this way before with an Ogtupa. Everyone does just fine on this check. Go ahead, Marble.
Could we just put like a majority of him into a bag of holding and then just like
Just his head is out.
just his head is out and just like kind of just pass him down?
Boy, I'm going to say that it's still going to impose
he's
the
a little
same
too big
penalty.
for that.
Yeah, he is also maybe a little too big for that. Maybe not.
Fit
but-
into a backpack.
He's a 15-year-old boy, and you're trying to stuff him into a backpack.
Yeah, he's pretty tall.
Nerd.
Nerd.
Absolute loser.
To justify
Fits in a locker.
Ghost being terrible at this, he is kind of like a city boy. He doesn't really
That's true.
spend a lot of time in these
Also, I would say-
caves, and he's also like pretty freaked out.
I was gonna say you're scared of the dark too. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is like indicative very much of kind of what was talked about earlier. Like, why aren't people just fleeing the city of Amber? Anyone who flees the city of Amber has to do this, and this, as Norbu was describing it, is the easiest part of this. The next 2 days that you're going to be going through. There is, by design, by the Xanthian Church's wishes, not a easy, convenient way to get out of here. You got to like spelunk for 2 straight days. So it's just not easy, and it's especially not easy for someone who has never seen darkness, who has never known night, who has been in constant midday daylight for their entire life. It's hard to take that step into pitch black and begin a 2-day journey to a foreign land on foot.
Very fair.
especially for a group of people who've been like religiously taught to fear the dark.
Yeah, people have been told their whole lives that if you leave the lamp's light, one of the 7 commandments of the Xanthian Church is do not tread in shadow lest the maw consume you. They've been indoctrinated from their birth that if they leave the lamp's light, they will be eaten by demons. So,
Very fair.
anyway, all of that to say, you guys continue to press through successfully on those checks, making fairly good time. Some hours pass is what these checks are representing. If you guys have conversations or anything that you wish to do during this time, or if you're just nose down pushing after your checks. As Timothy Crimple is riding on Bones' back over your shoulder talking to Norbu, he goes like, so how far does it go? Like all the way down? Like can we get all the way to the center of the planet? I assume not. Norbu says the deepest parts of the Underdark reach as far as 10 miles below the surface. These caves, he kind of puts his hands on one of the walls, says, are only 2 miles at their deepest points. It is to one of these points that we now travel. Timothy Crimple says, wow, 10 miles. Can you imagine riding a train 10 miles and then just point it straight down, right down into the earth? That's pretty far. Bones is sweating so much. This heavy child.
This is far. Yes.
There's a point where you guys kind of wedge yourselves through a narrow sort of crevice, and it opens up into a kind of wider portion of this cave. Boss, with your smell, you've started to pick up a smell probably has kind of like a survival cue from Norbu. You've kind of got his scent. It's kind of a strange smell because he's like mostly a rock guy, but there's still biomass in there too. And you, on the 24, start to smell more of his smell around you. And you kind of look around, following your trunk a little bit, and you can see that in just little sort of other passageways that you are not following are just more little eyes and more little gnomes. They're not necessarily hiding or anything, but they're kind of keeping to themselves. Norbu, you see, he sees you notice that, and he says, "These are the lands of my people. To the Underdark, we are considered surface folk."
This I understand, yes. Do all of your people present the skin that you wear?
He nods and says, "At least here and in my lands. I do not know if it's the same all around the world, but the Octupa people, this is our blessing from nature."
In my experience, this is also what I've seen. Different type of rock.
Which lands do you hail from?
The Masslands of Gati. Harsaman.
He gets kind of a distant look and furrows his brow. It sounds somewhat familiar, perhaps. I've escorted another traveler once upon a time. I do not recall.
It's far across the oceans.
Oceans. It's a fascinating thing. I've never seen one.
No, you should sometime. They are majestic and terrifying.
Very wet.
That is how I feel of the Underdark at times. Majestic indeed, and terrifying at times as well.
It is not so different, the top and the bottom.
No, I am of a strange relationship with both the Underdark and the surface, and what I can say, having traveled this way many, many times over my years, is that we are not all very different from one another.
I see this thing as well. Top and bottom are, you say, both massive seas of darkness full of multitude.
Indeed.
You know what is not terrifying? Up. The only scary part of being very high in the air is not being very high in the air anymore. The thought of coming back down.
And giant birds.
I suppose, perhaps. It is occurring to me that by the end of this trip, there is a decent chance that I will be among the top 50, 100 people in the entire world. If you were to add together the distance above the surface and the distance below the surface that they had traveled.
Norbu says you have been in the sky, then.
I've been in the sky.
A fascinating thing. He looks at Ghost. Says I have escorted many a traveler from the Underdark, and it is a rare, rare thing that they are able to stay on their feet when they first see the sky. Typically, it is difficult for the eye and the mind that have never seen unlimited space to witness it. Ghost, you recall that all too well. The first time in however 30 years or whatever that you saw space without a limit.
Sky sickness.
It's awe-inspiring and terrifying, the vastness of it all. Infinite potential and infinite possibility for destruction.
Destruction?
Yes. Are you not inclined to fear the unknown?
No.
People feel safe when they have walls around them and a ceiling above them. Once you open that up, the vastness of it comes streaming in. It's overwhelming.
It's
But
usually
there's so much outside your box. The walls you build around yourself. There's so much out there, and you're just fine with not having it. You would rather.
I didn't say I was fine with not having it, just that it is beautiful and terrifying at the same time.
usually it's the opposite for people. Claustrophobia.
I was going to say what scares me is having nowhere to escape to. When I can see the sky, I know that I could be free if I wanted. Down here, there is nowhere to go.
Giant woman.
It is funny how our background shapes our fears.
You can always go back.
Fingers crossed.
As you guys begin to sort of pass through this little area that seems to be inhabited by quite a few rock gnomes, I think many of you, if Norobu hadn't pointed it out or Boss hadn't noticed it, could have passed through what amounts to like a rock gnome village without even noticing it, because they largely keep to themselves and they haven't seemingly really like carved little homes out, at least not in this part of the cave that you're in. So you kind of just move through their space and they kind of just keep to the shadows and the caves around
Since
you.
you want to build your house in a path,
Right.
walk into your house.
Right. They're not building their houses in this road, at least. Another hour or so goes by. As you pass through this area, you eventually start to hear, those of you with the best passive perceptions, probably Boss, the babbling of water. And you turn down a passageway where you find a little underground stream. The caves are mercifully a little bit wider and more open here, following the river, which winds its way through subterranean tunnels of its own creation. And you kind of just start following this river. You often find yourselves with your sides pressed to wet stone walls, trying to keep your footing on slick stone ledges that follow the stream's edge, which at time grows kind of narrow where your feet are about the width of the path that you're following. But it's nothing that you guys can't handle on the survival checks that you've already rolled. Everything is going well so far as you follow this river. Timothy's like, I didn't know there was rivers underground. Suppose it makes sense. Water goes everywhere.
It does.
Some lakes and oceans as well.
Lakes and oceans? In the underground.
Are there underground fish too?
Yeah.
There's no way.
There simply can't be underground fish. That sounds ridiculous.
Right.
Oh, you just wise young child.
There's cavefish and such things.
What's a cavefish? Just a fish that lives in a cave?
Yes.
Oh, well, I suppose that's obvious in retrospect.
Does it taste like a normal fish, or does the lack of sunlight make it taste?
What does a normal fish taste like?
I've never had fish before. Oh gosh. Oh boy.
I had fish that you made, certainly, but what claim do you have that that's the normal way that fish tastes? Why is the cavefish not the normal type?
Well, there's more of the fish out in the ocean. If there's more in the ocean, is the right way, obviously.
There are more bugs than all of you. So does that make all of you strange?
Yes.
Yes.
I suppose so. That's why we don't eat humans, but we do eat bugs.
I have to take issue with oceans. How do you define an ocean in the Underdark? Lake, I understand.
Body of water.
Okay. So large, but an ocean is
Salt?
okay.
Salt.
The presence of salt, would that be it?
No,
But there are salt lakes. Yeah.
I think a lake, by definition, is a body of. No, no, it's not freshwater.
All right. The normal definition of an ocean is, there is a size element, but it would also be the continental shelves, and down here we are between them. We are under them in some cases.
This seems like another conversation whether or not you speak in a normal voice or think in a normal voice.
That might be true. Yeah.
So is it a mysterious new type of body of water? It's not an ocean. It's not a lake. It's
Subterranean.
Subterranean Gulf.
Subterranean Gulf. I like that. That's good. A 3D Gulf, you could say.
Norbu says, lake is the word that we have.
Yeah. Good.
I'm not sure the
Norbert, we're discovering
etymology.
this place for the first time right now. Please.
Let the experts handle this.
Marble, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna reach into my bag real quick, and I'm gonna pull off my necklace of adaptation off of my suit, and I'm gonna put it on just so that
Okay.
even if I assume it says any environment you can breathe in.
Yeah.
I assume that includes underwater.
Yeah, for sure. As if on cue.
I fall into the water.
No, but I will tell you the thing that probably prompts you to put this ring on. You eventually round a corner to a spot where essentially the cave is like sloping downward, the ceiling of it, and it eventually gets to the point where like the ceiling of the cave meets the surface of the water, where you essentially there's nowhere left to go except into the water and under wherever the stream goes. And Norbu says it much. He says first, looking at Timothy, "This will be the first serious and perhaps dangerous challenge for our friend. We must swim under here." He kind of points down at this river where it goes underneath essentially a little cave. Go ahead.
So, I recently read this book that was literally just spelunking it underwater, and you can do like pittons and stuff of ropes underwater as well.
Yeah.
So I assume that's
Yeah. He says we have already equipped it as well as we can for this travel. It still is a challenge.
How far is this passage?
To an able-bodied person, it will only take perhaps 30 seconds or so of swimming. If you struggle, it may take longer, but the ropes will help.
Is there a current here?
Yes, it is flowing with you, so that helps you as well.
So do you have to like stop before it keeps carrying us away?
There might be a bit of a challenge there. He says, if you keep your hands on the ropes and do not let go of them, they will not be in any danger.
If I put on my suit of armor, can I just walk?
Oh, boy.
It is quite heavy.
Weird
It
iron
is.
boosting it.
I think the issue is it's actually going to be slower that way.
But I can breathe underwater, so it doesn't matter for me.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, you can just walk through it. You'll be slower.
I could also like wait and try to catch people if they
Potentially, yeah,
away.
yeah.
Ken, if a item would give you a magical swim speed, can that be given to someone who wouldn't be able to swim normally? Like,
Yeah, totally. You can give that to him for
What
sure.
if they have rickets? Zeke?
Okay.
What?
Even if they have rickets.
And his human legs.
Yes, magic items will
I've
overcome
got-
his rickets.
okay, I've got my rapier and my armor that both give me a swim speed, so I don't need both. So
Okay.
we can.
Sweet. You guys kind of get down here. He says, "What's this do?" As you hand him the armor.
If you put it on, you'll be able to swim. It's an
Oh, really?
magic item. Yes.
I ain't never been a very good swimmer on account of the rickets, but I'd love to try.
It should be able to work even despite that.
And then Mr. Bones doesn't have to carry me. It'll be all the better.
It will be a little hard while we're swimming.
I'm gonna get my armor out and just kind of just like I can play catch.
Yeah, that helps tremendously. So you kind of, Norbu goes first to kind of show you the way, since you're able to kind of just go back and forth and help people if you need to. And you get in and kind of see how the cave goes. Then you kind of get ready to like catch anybody essentially that falls. That's tremendously helpful.
How deep is this?
It's not super deep. Maybe like 8 feet. Maybe even less.
I'll
Probably about
strap
8
my
feet.
climbing gear onto the suit and then like attach to a pit. And that way, if I do catch
Thank
someone,
you.
like I won't
Yes.
pulled away.
Wise. Good choice.
Think about this.
Okay.
The worst.
So the thing that is going
Just
to
learn how to breathe underwater. You'll be fine.
Right. The thing that is going to happen here, Timothy Cripple now has a magical swim speed and does not need to make a skill check. He's fine. You don't need to make a skill check because you can breathe underwater and you've got your armor to weigh you down. Everybody else who does not have some way to overcome this challenge magically or something is going to need to give me an athletics check. No one is carrying Crimple, so no one has
Get your-
disadvantage.
I guess you have to attune to the gauntlets, don't you?
And your like worst case here is not that bad because you have Marble essentially playing.
Yeah. And I
catcher.
have like a lot.
It's just a straight roll.
Yep, just a straight athletic.
My rapier lets me breathe and swim.
Oh, and yeah, you don't need to check either. You're good.
Do you have to hold it like a swordfish?
For Ghost. Wild.
do I need to make a catch roll?
We'll see. Hold on.
14.
14 is good. 8 is a failure. 13 is good. 12 is good. That was the DC. Marble wasn't making it. So the 2 failures were Patches on 8, right? And Ghost with a 2. As the rest of you kind of get in here and get going, Patches on an 8, you start sort of swimming your way through, pulling your way in the Titans. You're just having a little bit of trouble swimming. You're just like making good enough time. Essentially, on that failure, you did not critically fail, you just failed. But you have used up 30 seconds of how long you can hold your breath. You can hold your breath for Number of minutes equal to 1 plus your con modifier. What is your constitution modifier?
1.
1. So you have 2 minutes that you can hold your breath. You've used 30 seconds of it. You're going to repeat the check next. On the critical failure that Ghost just rolled, I'm going to say, Ghost, you are swimming your way through and just like not making headway. I think on a 2, like you're the like 13th foot of your 14-foot body like snags on something behind you and you get like stuck and you're trying to like pull yourself free. You use 30 seconds of how much breath you can hold. You would take a level of exhaustion, but I'm going to say that Marble, because he was here to help, comes and like pulls you free and turns your crit fail into just a regular failure. So 30 seconds of breath holding is used up for both Ghost and Patches, and then Ghost and Patches, I need you to repeat your athletics checks.
Wonder.
Where do you... Okay.
Actually, hold on. I have something for this.
Okay, go ahead.
I have the cantrip resistance.
That's only a saving throw. This is an ability check. It might say it's an ability check. I think it's only for a save.
Oh, is it only save?
Mental image of Patch's panic wand of
You're suffocating and just...
I gotta get it out before I die.
Oh yeah, it's
one more time.
Okay, I thought so. Yeah, I think you're looking for guidance.
Yeah.
All right, Patches, go ahead and give me another athletics check. On a 16, Ghost, especially with Marble's help, Marble pulls you free, and essentially, I'm going to say with that roll, just kind of pulls you the rest of the way and helps you get to the other side.
7.
7, okay, that is a critical failure. You are now down to 1 minute that you can hold your breath. I'm going to say that because Marble was helping Ghost... Actually, you know what? Ghost rolled well on his own. Ghost, you get free with Marble's help, and you pull your way the rest of the way through, no problem. Marble, you then see that Patches is struggling pretty badly, and you go help him as well. So you're down to 1 minute holding your breath, but you don't take a level of exhaustion. I need one more athletics check from you.
Can I start doing the, like, someone getting saved from drowning, start panicking, just, like, start punching him?
Yeah, start punching Marble so hard.
Yeah, actually, do I have an action I can use?
If you would like to do something here, yeah, I'll let you jump
I will
in.
use the action that turn to activate my tools and give it guidance, and then I will give him guidance.
Okay, sweet. So you've got a D4 added to this athletics check.
Also, looks like Neo has a hand raised, maybe.
Oh yeah.
that was from earlier, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're good.
Thank you for checking.
So I think you I don't even...
It's a 13 without.
13, you're good. Beautiful. Marble kind of comes back and breaks you free as well. You end up having to basically just like let go of the rope and just swim instead of trying to climb. Marble helps you get to the other side.
I'm going to say my guidance is literally just like, it's just shooting out light that shows you where to put your hands.
Love it. Yep, you show him the way. And Patches is the last to emerge as Patches and Ghost both come out kind of gasping for breath. But everyone avoided the worst case there, which is taking some levels of exhaustion.
Oh. How hard is it for me to get out of water?
So hard.
No, levels
you guys
of
might have to
exhaustion
repay Marble his favor of pulling him out after he gets his armor off now. But,
I mean, I guess...
Yeah, I just dangle my staff towards you and we also start heaving you
Yeah, I mean, what I could do is I could also just like grab onto the staff and then just retract my armor.
Yeah.
Just to hold my breath.
Yeah, that
and then
works.
he can just pull me out that way.
Yeah, that works. You eventually pull yourself back up onto another ledge.
I look like a drowned rat. Like, I'm
Yeah.
really, really poopy. I look...
Yeah, Marble
Very
loses
thin.
like 75% of his volume and looks just like a little cat skeleton walking around.
This is going to take forever to dry.
Here, you need to look good for your lady, right? I will dry you off so you don't look like such a weird trip.
Dried off. Do you just instantly puff up?
Oh yeah, Pfeiffer is, I am now 1,000% volume.
So much volume.
Now you look more like a caterpillar, which is fine. At least it has cat in the name. So.
Can I get some of that?
Yep, here.
Thank you.
You guys get out on the other side of this water and do some prestidigitation, get everybody dried off. Timothy starts working his way out of that armor and hands it back to Morisco and says, "Well, thanks. That was quite helpful. Very charitable."
Yeah, no problem. If you need it again, you can just say so. I'm not going to make Bones go through the effort of holding it and you, so...
I won't be shy about letting you know. I appreciate it.
That was fun.
Fun? Mm-hmm. That is your idea of fun.
It was exciting.
I suppose.
So he was in a suit at the bottom.
Yeah, I was safe.
That's
I cannot separate my Elay in this situation.
Yeah.
That is hell on earth.
yeah, for real. There's nothing safe about what we just did.
A terrible thing happens where, like, the experience of doing that swim is pretty claustrophobic, and then you you have the mercy of coming out from water, getting drawing a deep breath, and you come up into a space where you have just enough space to like crawl into the next place you're going. There is no, you keep waiting, especially you city people who have never been in this kind of environment. You keep waiting for space to open up into something, and it just keeps getting narrower and narrower and narrower.
We're going downstream. We have to come back up.
Norbu says,
Guess I'm going to be shepherding people.
Yes.
Norbu says, the deeper you delve beneath the surface of Maior, the more compacted
I cover my ears.
the more
This is what breaks
We
me.
can see through this water currently. Give it a moment. We're not going to have any visibility when we get down there.
The light at this point is what? My staff and
your staff and ghost staff, I think, is the only light you guys have, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, one's oh god.
Cats, we have cats.
I mean, I can cast light.
Yeah, if you wish to cast light, you
Oh,
can.
and
Yeah,
also,
it's
you also had
cantrip, so
crippled by a
oil
Torches
lantern,
and
yeah.
oil lamp. Yeah.
Which
Who here doesn't?
thankfully
have
is in a
dark
bag of holding. So
I mean, even dark vision is not perfect vision. You
vision?
still-
No. But like,
I think I'm blind down here, essentially.
yeah, without light, you would be truly blind.
humans can't see in the dark.
Well, no.
Mechanically blind.
A quick question: how did Norbo not just sink to the bottom?
He basically did what Marble did. He sank to the bottom and just kind of walked across.
What a cute little guy.
He's a cute little guy. But he has to breathe. He did have to like do it in enough time to get back up for breath.
Right.
But yeah, he's heavy enough to
If they accidentally fall off a boat, they're dead.
absolutely
They're
dead.
fucking
Absolutely
dead.
dead.
Yeah.
This also like
that's probably why he's like, I've never heard of the ocean. They don't go there.
Fucking ocean, he says.
this also makes me like us makes me at least as boss feel good. Maybe everybody knowing that like Norbu has done this enough and knows that like, he can just get to the bottom and walk to the next break in enough time that he can hold his breath. So like,
Right.
we don't have to worry about like very long treks underwater. Maybe just like little bird.
I'll jump in here. As you guys are discussing, Norbu just says there will be, barring anyone falling in by accident, no more deliberate treks into the water. We should be dry for the remainder of today's travel.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, things grow less predictable. In the Underdark, we have to use different ways at times, but it is, I would say, unlikely.
I'm not a fan of that. You don't know which way we're going.
We knew that coming in.
Okay.
I will lead you down safe passageways for the majority of the time, but once you delve through the adamantine layer and into the Underdark, the paths are shifting more often, and you must move safe ways where creatures move, and avoid their passages, particularly once we reach the worm stratum. You guys have been at it for about maybe 5 hours or so now, following these just 2 little beads, or 3 beads of light, one from Patch's light spell, one from Boss's staff, and one from Ghost's staff, moving through this darkness that sort of squeezes all around you. About another hour goes by, and you eventually arrive at a very narrow fissure that you will have to squeeze through, which goes, it's sort of a vertical fissure, so you're kind of like shimmying sideways, and it also goes down at a gentle slope. You guys have done some of these little narrow squeezes, but this is the tightest one you've had to go through so far. It is a little tight even for the smallest people. It is very tight for Boss, especially. It's not easy even for Ghost. Go ahead, Boss.
I cast Produce Glowstone.
Okay.
I take that stone and I just toss it through the fissure. And
Yeah.
down and ram.
Yeah, you chuck it down and it goes tick, 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 and eventually lands its way down there. I'm actually going to have you make me like an attack roll to get like a straight shot and not like hit something along the way. You see what I mean?
15 straight.
15's great, yeah. It goes as far as you can throw it, at least, on a 15, which is quite far. You don't quite...
Illuminates the distance.
Yeah, you illuminate the distance. Yep, for sure. That is helpful. Norbu says, this will be, between now and when we reach Hallowhive, this will be the most grueling physical travel that we will do. It will not be easy. There will be moments when you must exhale to move further.
Boy.
So much.
How did they
Particularly...
get books and shit down? How did they get anything down?
For the
How do
record,
they
Ghost
get-
knows
how do
this
they get
and
the-
Marble
how do they
does
get the
too.
salt out? Yeah.
They, like, the Nation of Soul, the city of Prospect, has a mine that they have dug 2 miles deep all the way to the adamantine layer, and then they just have a safer passage that leads down to Hallowhive. They will not let people use it for travel, and that is at Hallowhive's request. Soul would be like, yeah, sure, use it. But Hallowhive says, no, you can't send people the easy way. They're not allowed to use it. Again, that is at the insistence of the Xanthian Church. The Citadel has pushed for making this easier, and they have been pushed back against.
So there's a version.
But that said, yes, like when stuff needs to come in and out of Hallowhive for like government or church purposes, there is a much easier way to do it.
The one way in, one way out is not true.
Yeah, I guess that is true. Yes, you're right. That is true. There's another way that leads to the mines directly. Yes.
That's a vertical lift, essentially.
Yes, essentially so. Yep. You
maybe we can sneak through that way to get back.
This is what I think.
Certainly an option.
Just fuck this. I say as one of my tusks is like stuck in like
right. Oh god, the tusks.
Yeah,
the tusks.
I almost said he might have to like shave them down.
Terrible business.
Don't you ever say that again.
Yeah.
So let's just find out how bad it's going to get. You guys all begin to move through. It is extremely difficult movement. Everything is grueling. Every single inch is an effort. Every step is deliberate and a measured choice to which you must offer your full attention. Darkness lurks at your peripheral, except for your lights that you're holding and the one at the end of the proverbial and literal tunnel that Boss has thrown. And that even is sort of flickering and threatening at the edges of the lantern light. I would like everyone to make a wisdom saving throw. Very appropriate that Ghost would fail this. Sometimes the dice agree with the proper answer. Marisco, you're good.
Nat 20.
Nat 20, nice.
9.
9, okay. 8, okay.
Nat 20.
Nat 20, nice.
16.
16, okay.
Do we know what the? So I can cast resistance on one person's saving throw. If it only matters if it gives us a +4.
I understand. I'm gonna have you just decide for yourself. I'm not going to tell you the DC on this one.
Okay, who rolled the highest?
I think he had a 9, and that was a 8, a 9, and then 8 for Ghost.
I guess I'll do it to Patches. So like you just
add a D4.
1.
2. Okay, so 11 total. So nobody crit failed. No, I'm sorry. The 8. Who got 8s? Ghost and Boss are both critical failures.
Whoopsies.
For both of you, I'm going to narrate this through Ghosts because I think it's the most appropriate, but this applies to you too, Boss. Ghost, it is at first just a thought. It's a practical one, even just kind of run of the mill. It strikes you how utter and complete your doom would be if these lights went out somehow. And you simply can't chase this thought from your mind. You imagine yourself plunged into darkness and silence absolute, miles below the surface, slowly waiting for the end. You feel your heart beating a little faster. You can feel it especially so because your chest is pressed against stone. You feel your breath growing a little heavier, which you cannot afford. You feel it all the more acutely as you are pressed between these two walls of stone, one in your chest and one in your back. Boss, it is appropriate that you have critically failed this as well because you are the person with the largest body and the most physical difficulty moving through this space. The two of you who critically failed, Boss and Ghost, you suffer a -2 penalty until on all mental saving throws and checks, meaning wisdom, charisma, and intelligence, until the next time you see the sun. Patches, you suffer a -1 penalty to all mental ability checks and saving throws until the next time you see the sun.
Does the lamp count?
We'll have to wait and see.
Okay. It better count for Ghost because he doesn't like the sun.
You've created a real nightmare here. So
Where's the combat scene? It's too easy.
We want to fight goblins, guys.
I want to get the inspiration, please.
Sure, yeah, I'll allow it. That's fine.
Hate
Suck
this.
it in.
Oh, I hate this so much.
18.
Okay, you are good.
Thank God.
Explain to me. I know that inspiration is kind of meta resource. Boss is gripped by these terrible feelings. How does Boss shake himself free of it? How does he bring himself back to sort of
I think it's
inner
just
peace?
I think it's just a rationalization of it all. Like, knowing he's large, but knowing that, like, so many other people have done this before. And also, he is a very resolute individual. So I think it is knowing that. I mean, this isn't the first time he's dealt with darkness. This isn't the first time he's dealt with, stone. So I think part of like what he finds peace in is stone itself.
Right.
As a geomancer, and also knowing that this trek has been made countless times by so many different types of people of different sizes, and I think he's able to kind of shake it at that point and know that, like, yes, this is tight, but you're not stuck.
Yeah.
I also think that just the close, like, I mean, he sits and meditates on rocks. On stones,
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
being in, like, constant contact with stone is not really a
Yeah.
worry to him at all.
For sure. There's a moment where you feel your heartbeat racing and your breath tightening, but then you just kind of center yourself and feel stone all around you, and there's like a comfort that provides to you, I think. Go ahead, Ghost.
Yeah, I think Ghost immediately gets put back into a space that he had been in previously, where he was trapped in a cave-in. And I think that because of the way that a lot of synthetic magic works and some of his new features, one of those just starts getting really overwhelmed, and he just kind of accidentally casts Silent Image and puts himself in a small box, closes off both tunnels with this illusion, and just has a small panic attack.
Yeah.
As he's just kind of full panicked,
Yeah.
breathing heavy, and just fully stops moving.
Ghost. Can you hear me?
Or panicked breathing.
I'll try to reach through the wall.
Yeah. Your hand passes through it, and you like feel his shoulder.
We're right here, Ghost. We gotta keep moving.
Right. Sorry.
Nothing to be sorry about. You good?
Yes, just right. Cast some dancing lights, which he pushes up ahead of us. Sucks in a deep breath and then exhales and starts shimmying a little bit further.
Yeah, you've seen the lamp and you've beat the sky, alright? This cave's not gonna get you.
Thank you. Sorry.
It's kind of snug in here.
Did he have to roll for this?
He did, and he rolled really well.
Does he get advantage on just being a happy little friend?
He should. I didn't give him that, but he should have just had advantage for being a happy little friend.
Silver spoon, sorcerer ass, everything on a silver platter.
Just use your anger towards him to just feel you out of this cave.
My mum doesn't let me use the silver platters. She likes to save those for when it's holidays and such. We just use the regular platters. Master Crimple doesn't like to waste the silver.
You can't be simultaneously the most well-off person and also the most tragic. It's just really hard for me to get an emotional read on you.
I get that a lot. Eventually, the fissure gradually widens until mercifully you are able to turn your shoulders and walk forward. Still in tight quarters, but not so tight as to severely restrict your movement. And as you press on, the path opens up a little bit more than it has kind of all day, into a bit more of an open cavern where even the tallest among you can stand up straight. With a space, like, still the ceiling is like 9 inches above you. Yesterday, this would have felt cramped and claustrophobic, but now it feels like an incredible, merciful relief. You maneuver your way forward. As you enter, you begin to see the ground beneath your feet begin to change. Boss, I don't know if this is actually how the spell works, but just for the flavor of it, you reach that little glowstone and you bend over to pick it up. And you can see that instead of the like lumpy, cracked, reddish-brown rock that you've been moving through, the floor is kind of transitioning into a smooth, flat, solid blue-black stone. It looks kind of like polished onyx, except with that like dark bluish hue to it. And as you move a little further into this cavern, eventually the red and brown and gray rock completely gives away, and you're walking on a floor made entirely of this smooth black mineral. Looking ahead with your lights, the room seems to slope downward into a center point, like a very gently graded crater or a divot about 100 feet in diameter. And at the center of this crater, you see a hole in the floor, about 30 or so feet in diameter, that just plunges down into darkness.
I just, I'll kick the glowstone, like, down the crater.
Yeah, same. What a horrible thought.
I just want to look over the edge and kick the stone down.
Yeah.
See how far.
You kick it down, and it falls until you can't see it anymore. Give me a perception check to try to hear.
Is there also any smell coming down, like, from down there?
Not at this distance. There's a new smell here. Do the hearing thing first.
18 on the hearing.
18 on the hearing, you don't hear it hit anything. It seems to have fallen too far for you to hear where it hit. Now you can roll me a smell check as well. 15, okay. Yeah, nothing new in the smell. But you do, like, just note, you're a geomancer, this material, this black-blue kind of stone that you're now walking on, this mineral, whatever it is. Norbu looks down at it and says, adamantine. It is the strongest natural substance on the planet, nearly impossible to break. This layer, he puts his hand on the floor, it separates the upper dark from the middle and lower dark. It is like a shell around Maior, about a mile thick at its thinnest points, such as this one, penetrated only by holes like this. And he looks at this hole.
So
This
hole is a mile deep?
As you throw the glowstone down and don't hear where it lands, he says, about a mile to the Underdark. You look and see, as you gaze down into the hole, you cannot see where the bottom it goes. It fades into darkness. But at the parts that you can see, there are climbing pythons going down the side of this thing. And you can see that there are, like, little ledges that stick out just a little bit. It's not a perfect cylindrical hole. It kind of winds down at angles at times and has ledges that stick out. But he says to you, this will be about a mile climb down to the Underdark.
Bones looks at the pittance and he's like, magic?
No, simply engineering.
I have
They've held fast for
Featherfall.
many years.
Oh, what I meant is, how did you get the pittance in?
Oh, well, some magic was involved in placing them, yes. So you all stand at the edge.
Looks like a giant's toilet. They're the butt cheeks.
Norbu kind of laughs and says, there are many a myth about how these holes formed. The truth is not known, but that is among the myths. As some say, the gods piss into them.
Have you ever made a piss into it?
He smiles. Certainly. It is a rite of passage that you have all earned if you wish to take it.
Maybe after, on the way up?
I didn't think this could get any worse. Okay.
It would be unfortunate if there was someone climbing up and then all of a sudden there was just a cascade of piss.
This is true. Still. And he unzips his pants and starts being normal.
Are there ledges that we will break at?
There will be places where there's enough space to stand for a moment and breathe. Not enough to rest or sleep.
Mile. 5,000 feet.
Yes, sir. About 5,000 feet or so you got to climb.
I think boss just...
Are we resting here?
If we wish to make the time that I promised, we would climb and then rest at the bottom. But if you are not to the task of continuing this today...
Is it open at the bottom?
At the bottom, we will enter the Underdark, where the spaces are much larger. Much larger. This is the end of the Upper Dark, where we transition to the Underdark. The caves that we have moved through today have been, at times, hardly big enough for a person to move through. The caves of the Underdark are large enough to build cities in.
I am ready to go.
Yeah, you would go back?
No, down. Let's go.
Before we start climbing, I look to Timothy.
I was going to say, Timothy looks over the edge and says, well, this might be the point where I do need someone to carry me. It will make things a little difficult, but I don't think that I can quite manage this.
To go down there.
Oh, hello, I was down there,
You
yeah.
have to climb this to get out.
Oh, well, somebody can help me when it gets to that. Can't be thinking that way.
I have an idea. I could strap him to me. If I use the gauntlets, I could carry him in my armor.
That could work. I also have an idea. Why
If
do
my-
not build a lift?
That's what I was just thinking.
A mile.
Yes, a mile.
It would be too heavy.
No, it wouldn't. That's not how lifts work.
A mile of rope?
This isn't. Yes, or chain or anything. Yes, of course.
That's
Why
a
not?
lot of weight. I feel like
That's
a
a
mile
lot
of
of
rubber
weight.
chain would be too heavy to hang from a thing. But also, Norbu says some form of magical transit down has been considered. Many a wizard has traveled this way using simply spells. But it is constructing anything in these spaces requires first bringing materials and tools to these spaces, which
It's true.
is
They would have to come up from
nearly
the Underdark,
impossible.
most certainly. Yeah. Or be
The
teleported.
important thing would be opening up all the tunnels that we just crawled through.
Right.
Yes. Which, my understanding, he looks to Ghost for a second. The church has long opposed any efforts to
Right.
make this path easier.
Right.
Right.
That makes sense. There's no financial incentive to do this.
I will give you guys the mechanic here, so you can make your decisions. As Norbu will explain all this in terms that are in world, while I just tell you the mechanics. There's a system of belays here for climbing, so your worst case is hopefully not falling a mile to your death. You're going to be making athletics checks. You will all have advantage on those checks because Norbu will be essentially helping you. Failure means possibility for exhaustion. Crit failure means you might slip and be caught by the belay and take a little bit of damage. And as has been alluded to, Timothy Crimple simply cannot do this part. Someone has to carry him, and whoever's doing it has disadvantage on their check.
Does having a natural climb speed help here?
Yeah, if you have a natural climb speed,
Oh.
I am still going to call for the athletics checks, even from the people that have a climb speed. Your stakes are far lower. There's no universe where you fall. Your climb speed just keeps you where you
And
are.
if we do, we're capped.
It's going to be muscle exhaustion sort of things, but your stakes are not falling.
If I take the gauntlets, I have an extra pair of hands. I can climb much easier while still being strapped in and making Timothy safe.
That's true. I would actually rule that because you literally have an extra set of full arms, you could carry Crimple without an imposing disadvantage if you had the gauntlets on. So you would still just be making kind of a straight roll. Or a roll with advantage because of Norbu.
So maybe give the
Okay.
gauntlets
So
to
I was just going to
Ghost.
strap him to my back.
Either way, you'll be getting the same results, essentially.
Yeah.
Either one of you would be ending up with essentially the same thing.
Yeah, I'm going to strap him to my chest anyways, but at least I can. I have extra arms in case.
True, and also if you do that, then I won't need to have my armor on. I guess you still make a check.
Right, and then you'll be able
you
to
should
just
make a
use your
check.
climb speed, which will keep you safer.
Yeah, climb speed will keep you safer.
Yeah.
So you guys kind of eat a snack, switch out your items, talk about your strategy for
Wanna
this.
How long is the climb going to take?
mile.
It will be maybe 2 hours or so is my guess. Maybe an hour and a half. Once you guys are ready, Norbu kind of is the first to sort of strap himself in his climbing harness
Okay.
and sort of start to rappel down.
Say what? Sorry, Eli's not great at all.
What a mood.
How's Cadence? How does Cadence look?
She got a nat 20 on her fear check. She's fine.
I was gonna say, I think it's the same thing. Bones this is probably like Sapper work. He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
I'm terrified out of my mind.
It's fun when the players that are most not okay, the characters are totally fine.
Yeah.
My heart is racing, and I'm looking at a fake hole on a TV screen that I'm pretending
Yeah.
to climb down.
I'm going to go as far to say that Marvel's maybe a little bit of an adrenaline junkie, seeing as how
Yeah.
he gets into robot fights and races cars.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah. All right. Let me
How
get...
did you manage to combine heights and underground at the same? I hate this fucking campaign.
What if there might be water underneath of us? Does that make it better?
No.
Only if it works like Minecraft water.
For the first 30 minutes of this 90-minute climb, I would like everybody to give me an athletics check. Everyone has advantage because Norbu is helping you, and nobody has disadvantage because Ghost has extra arms. Oh, good. Nice.
Is that double advantage?
23.
You can't, no.
10 climb suit.
Okay.
16.
Okay.
6.
6.
15?
15.
11 with
11 with the climb speed.
Unless...
The DC was only 10, so the only person who failed is Boss. You did not critically fail. That is important because you're one of the people without a climb speed.
I see Dust Slip. I'm going to cast Feather Fall so he doesn't just like fall.
Okay.
and hurt
It actually,
himself.
he doesn't even slip. The failure here is not slipping unless it's a crit fail. What it means is that you take a level of exhaustion, which you suffer -1 penalty to every d20 that you roll and to the DCs of your spells and shit. And then I need another round of athletics checks for the next 30 minutes of this climb. Your exhaustion does apply to this check.
Does? That's fine.
16.
16?
Cannot predict,
Wrong die.
but also 16.
13.
13?
15.
15?
15.
15?
13.
13. Okay, cool.
We're getting into the green.
11. You're good. You guys...
How's Norbu doing?
Norbu is doing just great. I should be rolling for him, I guess. I just kind of
How funny would it be if he falls?
falls and dies.
Yeah, that'd be real cool.
That'd
if
be
our guide
so
dies.
funny.
That'd be so
It'd be
funny.
funny.
That'd be
Actually
so
so
funny if our guide went missing halfway through this trip.
Fucking hilarious.
Halfway through the hole in the middle of the dark.
No joke. I expected expected that to happen.
Yeah,
Earlier.
yeah.
So my boy rolled a nat 20 for his first climbing check, and he just rolled a second one and got a nat 20 again on back-to-back check.
He's just
Let's
like
go.
like a orangutan just.
Yeah, he's in it.
He's about to get through this.
You guys, after the end of that first 30 minutes, you end up at a part where you have to kind of like do like a little bit of an inverted climb, but you kind of corkscrew down so it's not as inverted for you. And at the bottom of it, you find a little ledge where you can mercifully like put your feet on solid ground and just like breathe for a second. Nobody suffers any exhaustion on that second third of this climb. You still don't quite see the bottom yet. I would say, actually, no, you're what? That's about 1,800 feet away from a glimmering little rock in total darkness. You can maybe, with your very good perception, see just a little speck of light down at the bottom of all this. Perfect. Let's do one last round of athletics checks.
Nat 20.
Not that
Hell
it
yeah.
matters, but I do have Timothy hold on to my staff,
Okay.
and I have Specs wrapped around my neck, and Specs is holding a book for Timothy to read while Kurt's climbing down, just to keep him a little bit quiet and distracted.
It's so
I
necessary.
assume that he is reading out loud, and it's a book about falling to your death.
No, he does.
He
He does maybe the worst thing, which is he reads quietly, but he keeps out loud commenting on what he is reading.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
That's neat. Oh, would you believe that? That's crazy, isn't it?
As questions, like every single one is. a
Daybreak
question.
City is synonymous with Daybreak County.
All right, 14 is good. 16 is good.
Natural 20 from
Hell
19.
yes.
Roll.
Well, for 18.
I rolled a double. Don't count on it.
Double, don't
Oh,
count on it. That seems like a major failure to me.
But then I also rolled an 8.
Okay,
so-
8.
8.
8.
12.
12. By the end of this climb, Cadence and Patches, you have also suffered a level of exhaustion, a -1 penalty to every d20 that you roll, and to the DC of your spells and such. However, at the end of this grueling hour and a half of climbing down this hole through the adamantine layer, the adamantine layer eventually gives way, and you do the like Gandalf falling through the into the lake at the end of that one scene in Two Towers thing, where you open up into a massive, vast cavern stretching as far as the eye can see in any direction.
Are we repelling?
The distance from the bottom of the hole that you exit to the floor below is nearly 100 feet, a scale that feels absolutely dizzyingly vast compared to the tight spaces you've been confined to for the last 8 hours. As you enter no longer the Upper Dark, but the Underdark.
I'm assuming we're just repelling down now.
Yes, at this point you just kind of repel your way down. I know this map looks similar, but just to demonstrate size a little bit, that's not even quite right. He's much smaller than that in this space. Unlike the cave systems of the Upper Dark, which are largely reminiscent of our caves in the real world, the Underdark is a network of enormous branching caverns and tunnels, the scale of which is a completely different order of magnitude. Some of these caverns are tens or even hundreds of square miles, ceilings that are hundreds of feet tall in places. As you end your climb and your feet touch solid ground, Norbu says, movement will be easier from this point, but not safer. There are much greater and more dangerous things that dwell at these depths. But for now, welcome to the Underdark. We should find a place to camp.
Is this not a good place?
Not best. He looks around and you can see kind of off to the edges of this cavern are like tall ledges, almost cliffs, not quite tall enough to call it cliff, but very tall ledges. He says, higher ground is good and also light. Many of the worst dangers of the Underdark do not care for light.
Are we still like right underneath of the hole?
Yeah, you can look up and see the bottom of the hole, yeah.
It's also not too good because it smells like piss.
True. You land in a puddle of hour-and-a-half-old gnome piss.
Plus all the other piss that's been there for years.
There's nowhere for the piss to go. So
Yeah, it just sits there. Yeah, nothing's washing it away or anything. He leads you not far, another maybe like 20-minute walk or so through, again, just mercifully open space, so vast. And eventually finds a a big ledge where there are a ton of glowing bioluminescent mushrooms. There is just like, some of it is less like classic mushrooms with caps, but just like mold or like kind of mycelium, but all of it just like glowing like a vibrant blanket all over all this rock. You can see up in the ceiling there are veins of adamantine, like webs of glittering obsidian. And he begins to lead you up here to make your little camp, which I assume you begin to do.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to pull out my...
What a beautiful cave you've drawn.
I'm going to pull out my autonomous camp, and it's just like it just like pops up.
Amazing. You guys make your way up to a little nook nestled into a bunch of bioluminescent mushrooms. Some of these the size of like trees, taller than your tents, glowing in vibrant pinks and blues and oranges and purples. He once again says, many of the predators prefer to hunt in the dark. So, a place like this is a wise place to camp. They can, at times, be attracted by the unnatural light of a campfire, so it is best to simply use the mushrooms for our light. And you guys begin to pop your camps out and set up your tents and, begin to sort of set up your little campsite on this big cliffside. All of you, especially though Boss and Patches and Cadence, are just fucking exhausted. Your legs and your arms are burning from that climb. And it has been a grueling day of travel. Ghost, you mercifully get to like unstrap Timothy Crimple from you and set him down. He says, "Oh, thanks for carrying me down there. I would have been right scuppered. It's a real good thing I ran into you on that train. I don't know what I would have done."
Yes, Timothy. And then he just slumps down against one of the stalks of one of these mushrooms and pulls a blanket around himself and just breathes.
For sure. Go ahead, Marble.
Yeah, I have two things I'm going to do. So part of this is I cast Wild Cunning, and so these little spirits will go around, bring back wood for fire or whatever can be burned, I guess.
Yeah.
Set up the camp in the area using your supplies. The spirits start building fire to circle stones. Put up tents. So it just says tents. I'm assuming it's anyone's tents.
Yeah, they put up the tents for that whole camp.
Unroll bedrolls and put out rations and water for consumption. It's just these little like orb looking like little smiling little cats with little arms, and they just kind of float around and just start like putting the camp together.
I think a really silly meet cute happens where Cadence also breaks out the same kit that she bought.
Same tent, yeah.
And you guys, your mutual little campsite spirits come and set up your camp.
My spirits look like they've been extorted into doing it.
I assume that based on what Norbu said, you don't do a fire because he said a fire is not a good idea.
Oh yeah.
As you're setting that up and setting up your camp, Ghost sits his back against a mushroom and is just doing deep breathing exercises and the sort of like weird orange light of this mushroom. Morisco, you look at all these mushrooms and the thought of cooking comes to your mind. You mentioned, Norbu mentions the campfire, and you mentioned that you would like, damn, I can't make a camp or a cook fire. He says, a small fire for the purpose of cooking will be all right if we just put it out after we're done. If you would like to cook.
Yes, I think I would. I mean, I would rather eat than eat rations all night.
Of course. We should be fairly safe at this depth.
Okay. Can I, start investigating mushrooms and try to find ones that are edible?
Oh, yeah. Give me a survival check and apply your cooking lore. Or actually, you can, if you can just go ahead and give me a cook's utensils check, and we'll just roll the cooking and the gathering all into one check. Ooh, such a good roll. Amazing. You go around and start gathering these mushrooms. You can easily avoid the ones that seem like they might be poisonous, which are kind of few here. Most of these are just kind of glowing. They don't seem to have any other sort of terrible properties. I think your chef's mind runs wild with what these might taste like, a new mushroom species that you've never seen in the kitchen before. And you eventually get a little cook pot going. Do you have anything in mind as far as what you would cook with these mushrooms? What kind of dish?
First thing that came to mind was a mushroom risotto.
Hell yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Price is easy to, yeah.
Yeah, so you get a little cook fire going, get some risotto going, get some of these mushrooms sauteed. As you drop the mushrooms into the pan, there's a brief flash of light as they kind of after you cut them, the light kind of goes out over the next 60 seconds until they're just kind of dull. But you find that on the very good cooking check, on the 23 check you just made, you kind of bring the glow back to them. You find as you sprinkle the salt onto them, there's a little glimmering of glitter on them. And as you apply just the right amount of heat, they begin to glow a little bit. And there's a couple that you find the smoke point. You find the too hot point where they die again, but you kind of finesse it on a 23. And yeah, you cook this beautiful mushroom risotto for everybody that as you pour it into everyone's little mess kits, it's still glowing in the bowl, these vibrant rainbow glowing bowls of risotto.
Sick. This would be good for show cooking. What?
So I know you already rolled a 23, so it probably doesn't matter, but does it get any extra bonuses from Ral's cookbook?
That's a great point.
Since this is his domain partly.
I would give you advantage for having that cookbook with you. You can see if you can roll better than that.
Sure.
All right, we'll stick with the 23. But the cookbook does help. You're able to identify some of these species with that cookbook. I assume because you are a good chef that you taste your food before you serve it.
Yep.
As Morisco comes around and begins scooping the risotto out to all of you guys, you can see that Morisco is glowing a little bit. He's has a little bit of light emanating off of his person from his fur and from his skin.
Did you harvest those mushrooms properly?
I believe so. I followed the instructions in the cookbook.
You're just glowing. You look like you have some of the spores on you or something.
Pregnant.
You look at the page of the cookbook. Rahl had put a little footnote in his book that he thinks hypothetically that if these mushrooms were cooked just right, they could exhibit this property of making the consumer glow for a while, but he has not yet found the right conditions and spices and temperatures to be cooked to sort of activate these properties. So you get the sense that you kind of activate something that Rahl had been unable to do as of yet, but that he had theorized was possible. And essentially you have this mushroom risotto now that if you eat it, it will make you glow for about 6 hours.
Boss eats.
Yeah.
For the art.
You eat some mushroom risotto and your body likewise begins to just glow. You look at your hands, they're kind of glowing. Marble, go ahead.
Yeah. After I finish eating and everyone's glowing, presumably, I'm going to go over to Patches and I'm going to pull out my camera. We should set up a photo.
True.
I mean, if you want to.
Yeah, you're better.
This is a true.
Help me set it up?
Oh, yes.
All right, and then get in there. I'll grab a timer.
Patches, go roll me photography is cool.
I've seen
Let's
movies.
check. You've seen movies. Apply your movie lore.
I've seen a movie before.
What's this checking?
Wisdom plus proficiency plus lore. So wisdom plus 4.
10.
It's not bad. You probably don't quite capture the glow as well as you'd like to, which you'll find out in 3 weeks when you develop this film.
Is there any way that I could help?
Yeah, not really. Without proficiency, you can't provide the help action. So, yeah, you guys sit and have some mushroom risotto. I am torn on who to give this to. who do you guys think helped Timothy Crimple the most today? Was it Bones or Ghost? Ghost did the hardest part, which is climbing him down, but Bones carried him for like 5 hours before that. So I'll leave it to you guys.
I can go either way.
Actually, let's just split it. This kind of defeats the impact of this, but it makes the most sense this way. Sure. Both Ghost and what I have in my notes here is that whoever gave Timothy the most help suffers 2 levels of exhaustion. You guys split it. You guys each take 1 level of exhaustion at the end of the day.
I'll take it.
Which will go away when you sleep.
I thought this was going to be a bonus.
You approach that. You approach that as like, I'm going to reward you for being.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Guys,
that is what it sounded like. Yeah.
You don't get money and rewarded by me. You get money and then I punish you.
Understood. Got it.
What
do you think you
exhaustion
are?
level does everyone? Who has exhaustion?
I think there's just a bunch of people with 1. I don't think anyone got more than 1. So that if you all sleep tonight, those are going to go away.
Does anyone
anyway.
not have exhaustion?
I think some people
Me?
didn't.
I
You didn't
don't.
get one, and I
Marisco?
don't think Marisco got one either.
Nope.
Yeah.
I think it's everybody besides Marisco and Marble got 1 level of exhaustion. So
Good.
Yeah, I only got 1 level of exhaustion, but I also got trauma. So
yes, he got bad trauma. Patch has got a level trauma
Double.
too.
Eternal exhaustion.
Yeah.
still no combat.
Yeah.
Still no combat. You fought your fears instead of monsters. We're going to take one more quick little break here, and we'll be right back. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Bye-bye. And welcome back, everybody. You guys are seated around your campsite amidst this thicket of almost tree or large bush-sized glowing mushrooms, and smaller ones among them sort of carpeting the ground around you. On a big, maybe 15-foot tall ledge of dark rock overlooking a huge cavern that stretches far beyond where your light touches. Off in the distance are little, patches of glowing as well from various other bioluminescent things, or sometimes a light will even move in the distance from some sort of creature. But you guys sort of settle in, exhausted, both mechanically and narratively from a grievous day of travel. Yeah. You guys have anything that you wish to do other than just sort of fall into a desperately needed slumber? Go ahead, Marble.
I don't know. This place is probably glowing and beautiful.
It is. It's gorgeous. Yeah, it's beautiful.
I'm just gonna find a nice spot to sit with Cadence. Just kind of I don't know, look out with her. Maybe put my head on her shoulder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You guys sort of find a little spot on an
Oh, she's probably just
Are we taking turns on lookout?
If you wish to. Norbu says it is recommended. It is unlikely at this height and in this light that we will be bothered, but it is certainly not impossible. It is wise to keep watch. I am happy to take a shift.
Would it be unwise to play music?
Perhaps, unfortunately. Anything that appears unnatural draws undue attention. Some creatures may be scared away by it, but some may be drawn.
This is time that I think I would like to go to sleep right now. But I will take a watch if you want to wake me up, Norman.
I will take first watch and wake you second.
I can do second. I feel pretty good.
Okay.
Very well.
Yes, then I'll take third. Wake me after you.
And then you can wake somebody for the fourth. That
I
should
can
cover
take
the night.
fourth if you want.
It'll be a surprise.
Lovely.
Surprise fourth watch. Everyone's
Surprise!
favorite.
It's 5 a.m. It's time for your
Time
watch.
to wake up and do work.
I'm going back to sleep.
All right. So you guys.
I suppose it is not a safe place for a smoke, as the smell unnatural.
If it is brief, it will not be a major problem. Anything that is unnatural. The smoke, the noise, even the campfire, the smell of the food you have cooked, these are all things that could draw attention. It is all calculated risk. If you wish to take that risk, that is... you all seem... He looks around to... He hasn't really said this yet today, but he looks around and sees all of your weapons and all of your armor and your magical gear. He says, many that I escort these ways are less equipped for the dangers of the Underdark than you seem to be. In truth, if we are accosted by danger, it will likely be you that must tend to it. I will help to the greatest extent that I can, but your risks are yours to take.
I see. Maybe I can wait. Neo is chomping at the bit and wants Mauricio to smoke 5 cigarettes so we get into combat, but...
Just has like 5 cigarettes.
Right, can we all just like start blasting some music and making a bunch of noise?
So
and
something
chaos?
just attacks.
I was like, Bones hears that we shouldn't do music and continues to set up his player.
Understood. Get it going.
But he does get out the headphones and plays it.
Makes sense. Boss, go ahead.
Just during that, while we have the cook fire going, I'm just going to cast Cinder Gaze.
Okay, cool.
And it's just 8 hours, but I'm going to cast Good Fortune.
I think you roll to see what you get, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
Yeah,
roll
you sort of
D4,
look and you get like an omen, and what you roll determines what omen you get.
Yeah, Good Fortune.
Okay, there you go. And remind me what that does, because I don't remember.
I have advantage on the next saving throw I make.
Okay, lovely.
For the
Perfect.
next 8 hours.
For the next 8 hours. So overnight tonight, if something comes up.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, you guys set your little camp up. Bones begins some music in his headphones. Timothy, who has done... who did like the least like physical work today because he was mostly carried. He's still quite tired, but he is up for a while, like looking at every single mushroom and just talking about everything. He can't believe how amazing this place is. Just on and on and on. Marble and Cadence are seated off to the side, overlooking this cavern. Go ahead.
Yeah, at one point I'll probably like look over and see that Bones has this thing, and I'll get up real quick and go over to it. Could I borrow it for it? And I'll like kind of motion over to where me and Cadence are sitting.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I'll like, if he gives me the split or two, I'll just like bring over some music and just give a headphone to.
Are you what kind of mood are you looking for? Are you trying to like? Or are you like?
Oh no, just like Mystic Cave.
I've got you. Yeah. Okay.
You trying to fuck in this cave right now?
No loud noises or anything weird. It's dangerous.
Right. You guys...
no weird smells.
Right. You guys get some music and look out over this... again, it's been a harrowing day, but it is kind of a beautiful place here that you sit in.
That's nice. Pretty sure I pulled something climbing down.
Where?
Everywhere.
I can give you a massage.
I'm not going to say no.
You start kind of giving Cadence a back rub or some oblique or something pulled while lowering herself down one of these belays.
Yeah.
Anybody else have anything they're doing that evening before just kind of eventually heading off to sleep? Go ahead, Ghost.
And he will go sits under one of the mushrooms and just puts his forehead against his lamp and just kind of like closes his eyes and just sits, breathes, has some like inner dialogue for a while, and really like processes everything that went on today, relives some bad memories and that sort of thing.
Yeah, this is... You came up the same way you now go down, so you remember the trial from not that long ago, and it was hardly any better then than it is now. And you don't feel like squeezed physically between tight space anymore, but there is still just an oppressive sort of darkness testing the edges of the light that your campsite provided. And you eventually drift off to... Well, you don't sleep, but you kind of just...
I help keep watch as best I can.
Yeah, I forgot that you can just give everybody advantage on their watch checks. So, with that, I think everybody eventually... go ahead, Neo.
Yeah, Mauricio's just going to set up his sleeping bag over here amongst all of these mushrooms.
Lovely.
Lay down, take out the locket, just look at the photo, reread the note, and just hum quietly to himself until he falls asleep.
Yeah. You find yourself in this patch of mushroom. It's a little bit like sleeping in a room that is all glow in the dark or something, with night lights plugged into every socket or something. It's nice. It's peaceful here. And with this note and this photo in front of you, you begin to hum gently as you fall asleep. I think that that hymn of Coalescing from your dreams, you're sort of like trying to remember the melody and just humming to yourself what you can remember. Anybody else? Anything before sleep?
There will, at some point, I do look over to Timothy. That was quite a climb. I know that you did not do so much of the legwork, but you still put in work.
That's a good one. I haven't heard that one before, which is kind of surprising, because I've heard a lot.
I obviously did not mean it like that, but it is kind of funny. Is what I'm asking, are you having a good time? Has it been worth it so far?
Yeah, no, it's been a little scary and a little bit tough. Nothing as scary today as it was on the train, so it's all been better than that. But no, it's I'm just looking forward to what's next, mostly. To see the Citadel and find somewhere where I can learn more magic. Things didn't go all that well for me at Eldamore, so got to find somewhere where I can learn better.
Fair enough. You were briefed on the political situation there. I know you're young. Do you understand everything going on?
Yeah, as well as I can, I think. Sensitive stuff, just kind of keep the old head down and try not to poke my nose where it doesn't belong. Master Crimple's always telling me I'm putting my nose where it doesn't belong, so I should practice.
You, in some ways, are not just representing yourself or even your house, but all of the top side. People are going to be looking to see whether having you in their school helps their society. I know that is a lot of pressure, but having a lot of eyes on you is an ample opportunity to impress everyone, and I believe you can do it.
Blimey. His eyes kind of widen a little bit. Says, you really think all that?
I do. I think that, and I think the people there think that even more than I think that.
Well, that's a hell of a thing, isn't it?
It is.
I'll do my best then to make a good impression.
You can do it. You're smart. I've seen that of you.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Gifted, at least.
That's a funny word. Who gifted it to you?
I suppose I don't know. Mother Nature herself, I suppose. Born with it, I was. I think it must have been recessive or something, because Master Crimple's not a sorcerer, and Mama's not either.
They say talent skips a generation.
Yeah.
My grandmother, she...
Well, it can't be that, because my Master Crimple's the most talented man in all of Aldron.
What's he do?
Oh, he runs the factory.
Is that a talent?
It seems like a talented job to me. Tough work.
Fair enough.
Making sure everybody's paychecks get signed and, kicking out the people that are not doing the jobs right. It's the stuff he talks about.
Okay. Can he do magic?
My father? No magic in him.
Well, you've got that on him.
That's true. Maybe one day I'll have a factory of my own.
Perhaps, or maybe someday you'll have something else of your own.
That's right. Something else of my own. He kind of smiles, and you see him look up and try to think about what his thing would be. And then for maybe the first time ever, Timothy Crimple gets lost in thought without saying anything.
Thank God, I walk away. At some point, Bones does get the music back.
Yeah.
If he can, perfect. And he doesn't go wander off on his own in the Underdark, but he finds a quiet spot to himself and just listens to music.
For sure, you kind of find a spot a little bit away from the campsite to sit. And...
He had the night to himself yesterday in the tavern, which was not a good night. And I think this is kind of the coming back night. He's kind of getting back into things a little bit. But.
You find a quiet little spot where there's just a couple solitary little mushrooms to give you a little bit of light. And you can still kind of see off into the distance and kind of begin to process your way through the steps of some things.
Yeah. I think as he's falling asleep, he does take out the slip that he was looking at the other night and just kind of props up to look out at all of this and falls asleep.
Yeah. Cadence, you had hand raised, I believe.
It's fine. Timothy answered it. Just have to let him talk long enough.
He has a way of doing that.
Let him cook.
Just let him cook. He'll give you what you need.
With that, you guys eventually all drift off to your various places of sleep. Norbu stays up for the first watch, and awakens you, Marble, for your second, if you sleep for a little bit before your first watch, I presume.
Yeah, I'll get some snuggles in.
Yeah. And, you sit up and watch. You can roll me a perception check with advantage if you wish to. With Ghost helping, or Ghost, you can roll one and Marble can roll one. Whatever you guys would rather do.
I have a +1. Sorry, I have a +3. Huh, better than I thought.
Yeah, you can just have advantage.
Okay.
13.
13, cool. Yeah, you keep an eye out, and on a 13,
I die.
you don't die, but you don't really see anything. It all seems like quiet and uneventful here. There's a weird thing here of like, for the first time since entering those mines this morning, you feel like you are outdoors again in a weird way. You don't see the sky, but you see vast enough space to feel outside.
Are there any glowing mushrooms on the ceiling?
Yeah, there's some on the ceiling too, yep. And you can also see up on the ceiling where the glowing is, there's like the glittering of the adamantine layer still where it like pokes through the stone.
Adamantium's, I guess it's not necessarily valuable, but useful?
It's extremely valuable, and
it's
extremely useful. It's just extremely difficult to get at. It only exists in this layer 2 miles beneath the surface of Maior, and it's really hard to mine.
I'm assuming the best way to mine would just be if you had the fabricate spell.
Essentially stuff like that. Yeah, you basically have to have magic to mine it.
Okay.
Or adamantine tools, which obviously, chicken egg situation there, but
yeah.
But eventually you don't see anything moving in the dark, you don't see any dangers or anything like that.
I'll probably just, I don't know, read through my book, the textbook I got that I always look through, and maybe just kind of do some, I guess, I know that doesn't have anything about Mick himself, but any information dealing with that type of animatronic.
Yeah, you read through some various pages about constructs and all that sort of stuff.
Maybe try to figure out how they attached a soul to one.
Yeah. There's not a ton of details in your book about how that worked. Yeah. There's a little bit of detail, kind of as described last time, where they essentially just pulled these arcane rituals to pull life essence from the plane of vid, the plane of life, the plane where soul stuff, quote unquote, comes from, and just attach it to this construct, which worked. They gave it real life essence. But there's a problematic thing that happens in this universe where the moment you give a thing life essence, soul stuff from vid, you also give it sapience and attach it to the outer planes and give it the capability of higher thought. So they created a thing that was as sentient as a person, and it was this is obviously unethical.
Yeah.
So.
I guess maybe I'll just try working on whatever formulas might be used to attach one.
Yeah. We'll keep in mind that you're working on that. At some point I'll get you some actual
going with what I said before.
Yeah. I think we talked about between sessions a little bit. Cool. And eventually you see that, look down at your watch, and time has passed for you to go back to bed and wake up the next watch. You wake up boss.
Nothing to report.
Well, thank you. A big elephant stretches, gets up and takes his post.
I don't know if this has happened before. You know that Ghost doesn't sleep, but you see that Ghost's still awake, just kind of idly watching the by as everything's happening.
Ghost, are you okay? I saw the fear earlier. I, too, felt that fear for a short time.
Sorry, just brought back some bad memories.
Care to speak on these?
I suppose. A few years ago, while I was studying at the Citadel, one of the professors, he needed some students to join him on some research and academic ventures. Archaeologist, one of the sources of my own curiosity. He wanted me to join him along with several other students. We went to a place called the Isle of Ashes. It's an old ruin. And while we were there, we were doing some of the dig work, and suddenly there was a tremor of some kind that caused a cave-in. I was trapped for several days. Eventually, rescue group came, found me, huddled in the dark.
This thing sounds horrible.
Yes, it certainly was. I froze. I couldn't do anything. I was surrounded. I felt so terrified of being stuck in that dark space that I couldn't even convince myself to act, to even attempt to save myself, let alone anyone else.
I am sorry to hear all of this. Is this why you still carry excessive fear of dark?
It's a large part of it.
Well, plus, I understand your entire life, your entire being to this point, always led in light. So this must be
Yes.
very difficult.
Lived in the light for my entire life, and when the basis of much of your culture is built around it, built around praising and revering being within the light and fearing being in the dark, it has a profound impact on you. There's just something about it. Feels like it's going to devour you, eat you whole at any moment. Like it could take away my entire being, and there would be nothing left.
But
Nothing for anyone to find.
even in these times of dark, you still exist, and you are still here. And the fact that you have faced these adversities and are still trekking back through land that terrifies you, I believe it shows you your strength, and I think that instead of the fear, you should find that strength and hold true to it. Recognize that you already carry the power that you need to ensure that you don't be consumed by the all darkness. A little time passes. I'm just going to keep watch here. I think Boss is just going to invite Ghost to sit with him if he feels comfortable doing so.
Yeah, he sits with you, and I think there are a couple of points where Ghost will go root around through his bag and pull out a couple of his books and kind of offer them to you. Probably make some conversation about various fictional books that he's been collecting over the years.
Oh yeah, that's cool. I like that. Then we'll just kind of share some book time.
Yeah. As you guys are reading and talking, go ahead and roll me perception checks, either one each or one with advantage.
I'll take both if you don't mind.
Yeah, you can absolutely have advantage. I should not be rolling perception checks.
18.
18? Okay. It's not hard to see, it's just about how soon you see it. I think the smell probably is the first thing that kind of hits you. You smell something off to your right as you're looking out over this cave, and you sort of turn your head that way and see some shadow moving. At first you can't figure out what it is. What it looks like at first is that light is shifting and casting a very large shadow, and that shadow is kind of moving before you realize that it is just an enormous creature moving that looks like a shadow until it gets into enough of your light. Maybe the size of a blue whale or so. An enormous
150 feet long.
Slug. Just kind of starts slithering its way across the ground.
Is he a mushroom boy?
So slowly. Just kind of moving along this thing. Its eye stalks kind of moving around, testing for ways to go. Every once in a while kind of turning a little bit, checking something out, continuing along its way. You guys both see this thing moving through.
What a happy little guy.
So I'm just going to chill and let it keep on moving.
Yeah. It gets close enough to where its eye stalks are up at the top of this cliffside that you're on, and they kind of bend down a little bit and look over you, but they don't seem to pay you much of any mind. They kind of continue moving along their way. You can see and smell mostly a thick, glistening, like slime that is left behind by the movement of this thing. It strikes you the unbelievable volume of biomass this thing must consume. You see it every once in a while stick its mouth down to the ground and pull up some of these mushrooms and consume them, or pick up some what looks to you like dirt or refuse but must have something to eat in it.
Does this slime like have any sort of like monetary value?
Give me a nature check
or something like that.
Yeah, give me a nature check. And Ghost, you can do this as well and apply your underdog.
Nat
score.
20.
Oh hell yeah, nice.
First for me to die.
Great rolls. This thing is Ghost. You, regardless of the nat 20, you have never like seen this thing before, obviously, but you can make some educated guess here, especially with Ghost's assistance. You know that the slime produced by slugs up on the surface world has like medicinal properties, and they can be used in cooking, and they can be used for making various medicines and potions and stuff. Ghost, you know exactly what this kind of creature is. It's essentially just a slug, but very, very fucking big. And yeah, you know that this thing means you no harm. If you don't bother it, it's not going to bother you either. And you do know that its slime, if you go collect it and preserve it somehow, is like very valuable and useful. It can be used to create like healing salves and potions and such. It has healing properties.
This is a material that we could sell down in Hallowhive?
Potentially, yeah. Or back on the... It'd probably be worth more on the surface.
That's true.
Much more, as a matter of fact.
Can I reach out to it telepathically?
You attempt to. It needs to know language.
Is there anything... Yeah, I don't know if it speaks any language.
Nah, it's just a simple beast. It eventually just kind of slithers along and moves along its way after maybe 10 minutes of, being in this space.
I have nothing to collect slime in right now.
Yeah. It eventually just kind of slithers off to parts unknown somewhere out here. Your watch is otherwise kind of uneventful.
Okay. I will go wake up Cadence and retire.
Perfect. You wake up Cadence, and Cadence, you're the next to sort of join Ghost over here for your watch. Then you can make a perception check with advantage as Ghost helps you.
Do I still have exhaustion? Or
you do until the end of your
Okay.
rest, so yes, -1 penalty.
13.
13? Cool. Yeah, you likewise don't see anything super eventful. You see, like, kind of a glistening, some sort of slime that you didn't see earlier on the ground, but Ghost will presumably explain that to you.
Have you been busy?
It was a slug.
It was a slug.
It was a big slug.
It's just a big slug. Just like a ghost.
Thank you for earlier.
Don't mention it. Are you doing okay down here? Feels weird to be asking, but...
Better now that we're out of those caves.
Yeah, it was a bit cramped.
Just a tad. I'm amazed that Sam was able to get through all that.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed, actually.
A lot thinner than he looks, honestly.
He is.
It's a really good thing, I will say, above table that had been established, because there was a while where I was like, man, can he fit at all? It's like, no, he's said canonically that he's like pretty svelte for an elephant man.
The robe definitely appears to
Right.
represent the body size.
What do you make of Timmy?
He's a child.
No, what do you make of him?
What do you mean?
I know he's a kid, but... I don't know, there's something off about him.
Well, of course there's something off about him. He's a child. There's something off about every child. They're still figuring themselves out. Most of them have crippling, untreated mental illnesses and developing traumas thanks to their parents' upbringing, all of which won't be fully discovered and dealt with until he's at least in his 30s or 40s at best.
maybe you're right.
What about you?
I have no idea what to make of him, and I don't like that. He seems too optimistic for somebody who's crawling miles under the ground to a city he can't get out of.
But does optimism put you off?
It doesn't seem... it doesn't put me off. It seems forced.
His father is a wealthy businessman. I imagine that he has a lot of pressure to force happiness where it isn't.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's all it is.
But maybe you're right. Maybe he'll kill us all in his sleep and take everything we have.
Do you want to help me commit a crime?
Possibly. What's the crime?
I just need you to turn the other eye. And I stand up and I walk over to Timothy.
You telepathically say, if you attempt to kill this child, I do have to stop you.
I can't respond because I'm standing next to him at this point. I'm going to attempt to pickpocket him.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand check
Okay, that's fine.
with advantage.
It's 19.
Brilliant. He would easily remove his wallet from his pocket.
I don't care about the gold. Is there anything... Is there a letter from his dad in there? Is there any indication of what he's doing?
You look through. There's 70 marks, and I'm sorry, there's 90 marks in cash. He owes 20 more to Norbu when you guys get there. There is a train ticket that he has saved. There is a ticket on a steamship that he has saved because he saves his tickets. There's like identification. Timothy Crimple has an address. Nothing surprising.
Ooh.
There is a letter. Yeah, it's kind of like a letter of recommendation essentially. It's written to the it just says like to whom it may concern. And then it says something along the lines of, "This is my son, Timothy. I am given to understand that he should have magical powers. The Eldamore Academy has failed to bring these powers out in him. I trust that your institution will have more success in this matter. For financial concerns, you may reach me at this address," and it gives the same address you saw before. Signed, Timothy Crimple III.
Does his handwriting look like he has rickets too, or...
Investigation check.
23?
No. Looks like pretty clean, crisp handwriting.
I'll turn around and, like, still standing next to Timothy, I'll, like, hold the letter up to Ghost as, like, do you want to read it?
Just gives a shrug. You can tell me.
You also find in a little satchel bag that he's been carrying that has like his books in it, a couple of just like arcane textbooks and stuff, and his he doesn't have a spell book, he's not a wizard. There is tucked away into an inner pocket, seemingly like so that it's not easy to find in Timothy Crimple terms anyway, are his what amount to his report cards from Eldermore, the like letters from the end of 3 years of 1901, 1902, 1903, 1904, of him essentially failing all of his classes at Eldermore.
Gotcha.
And notes from teachers saying things like he simply doesn't have the aptitude, he's a slow learner, he's not a good student, he tries his best, but he just doesn't have what it takes, blah, 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 blah. And eventually him being essentially, like, dismissed from Eldermore because he just wasn't up to snuff.
Gotcha.
So he had ADD.
Kicked out of Hogwarts.
He got kicked out of Hogwarts.
Or
It seems from his grades that he never got past like freshman level classes in the 2.5 years that he studied there before they eventually just booted him.
okay, put it back into Timothy's bag and walk over to Ghost.
Turn back and
Yeah. You know, just reiterate everything
it.
you just heard. Yeah. It's interesting, I guess. See if he does any better down here.
They'll be more lenient, at least. Maybe they assessed his aptitudes wrong.
Guess explains the optimism.
I guess, imagine he's getting to see the world for the first time. Honestly, kind of admire the optimism. It's a big, scary world. Easy to be overwhelmed by it.
He's making his own way either way, I guess. Have to respect that.
it's at about this time that you look down at your watch, and though nature gives you no indication that the time has changed at all since you went to sleep, it is quote-unquote morning. The time has come to continue traveling. You guys would get... Actually, nature does give you one indication, despite the lack of sunrise. The zenith comes. You see everything kind of go all weird and green and psychedelic and a little bit sort of like wobbly. You feel kind of a vibration under your skin and a tensing of your muscles. And you get the effects of a short rest. It is now the 28th of Sprouts, if I'm not mistaken. You all can mark down a short rest if you need it. As the next day comes, you guys get up and kind of start to break down your campsite a little bit.
We don't need to.
Oh, right. Your spirits break down your campsite.
In the morning, I'm going to go find Timothy. Tim.
Yeah. Good morning.
Morning.
Anything happen overnight? I didn't take watch, but you did, right?
Nothing happened.
Nothing?
Boring.
Not for mine. I had a question for you.
Of course.
What spells do you know?
Oh, easy. I can do this one. And he does a little prestidigitation. And I've got one more that I can do, but I can only do it once a day, so I can't show you.
The one you did?
The one on the train, yes. When that terrible thing was happening
That's
on the
it?
roof.
Those two?
That's it. That's not quite true. I do also have... it's like a little, this one I can show you. Hold on. And he just flings his hand off to the side and sends essentially what looks kind of like a magic missile, but it kind of like explodes on impact. It looks like essentially just a cantrip, little like force bolt thing.
That's,
just like explodes a rock off in the distance.
Yeah, it comes in handy. That one was pretty good for taking down dummies at Elden Hall.
I like to assume that's what wakes Boss up.
Right. Right.
Well, what spells do you know?
It depends on what I want.
That's impressive. I suppose I should know lots more spells right now, but I couldn't quite get them figured out when I was in Elden Hall, so I'm hoping I can learn more at the Citadel.
Oh? Why not?
I just wasn't very good at it.
I see. How long were you there?
Oh, it was about 2.5 years. I went there, went to Elden Hall. My mum and Master Grimple sent me off because they were a little sick of me. But they sent me off to learn magic and figure out how to use my abilities. And, the things didn't go all that well at Eldamore, so home I went. And then Master Grimple says, "You not come home, you'll go off to another school." Sends me off to the Citadel. So off I come. Cadence, go ahead.
Can I insight check when he says my mom and Master Crimple? He only calls his dad Master Crimple and always refers to his mom as mom.
Yeah, give me an insight check.
I think it's because his mom cares about him.
I mean, I assume so, but I would like an insight check confirmation. Oh no. 13.
That seems like the tone you're definitely getting is more like affectionate and familial to his mother and more like the boss about his father.
Well,
even with all that, you seem pretty upbeat.
Doesn't do any good to wallow in anything. Might as well make the best out of everything. That's what I always say.
Doesn't do anybody any good to feel sorry for oneself. Learned that pretty early, having rickets and all. Just gotta make the best of what the hands you dealt. That's what I always say.
I understand.
You probably do, because you talk funny. So you probably understand. Things ain't always easy. That's what you make of it, though. You can cast all the spells you can think of over there. You make all these cool machines. That's what matters. And I'm going to go to Citadel and be a great wizard one day. A sorcerer. One or the other.
Why not both?
I suppose it could be both. Well, technically, if I became a wizard, I would be a wizard and a sorcerer. I'm already a sorcerer. That happened when I was born.
Maybe being a wizard would be easier.
Maybe. Suppose we'll find out.
Are you good with formulas?
Quite good, yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
Or like,
I haven't really tried very many formulas.
I'll like.
I feel like I'm good at most things they try, though.
I'll like. I don't know. Probably write out some formulas for like the beginnings of a basic cantrip and just see if he understands what's going on. And I'll give him guidance. No, wait, no, I'm not gonna waste it on this one.
After the
He's gonna need this later.
He can figure out what it is that you're working on as you start writing the notation. He's like, all right, I think I remember this bit right here. So some sort of looks like abjuration notes to me.
Looks like you're already doing pretty good.
Well, I'll be a natural then.
Just gotta work hard.
Absolutely. That's what Master Crimple always says. Ain't nothing like a hard day's work. Sets the body right, and the mind too, and the soul.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
All right, off we go then. Yeah? Long day ahead of us.
Do we eat breakfast for what? What does Mariska make us for breakfast?
Yeah, what's for breakfast, Mariska?
I'm hungry.
Hungry.
Okay, well,
more
we're venturing in the Underdark. Is the glowing going to be helpful? Would the glowing be helpful or not? I could leave out the mushrooms if we want to be, more stealthy, but if it would help, I mean...
Slug.
Norbu kind of rubs his chin. He says, that is an interesting question. It might dissuade some of the creatures of the Underdark. Some creatures are attracted to things like lanterns and lights, things that are unnatural, but this glow is reminiscent of the mushrooms, which they're typically dissuaded by. It may help you avoid dangers. And then it'll be a whole nother session before you get into a fight.
I'm totally okay with eating more of that risotto, though.
Yeah.
They turn your whole body glowy.
Oh, I'm gonna get naked.
Yeah.
You guys want to shoot
glowy
each other?
all the way across.
You guys want to start a fight?
No.
Some PvP.
Boss is just gonna get naked and
No.
glow.
Yeah.
God, okay. Yes, that is the implication, but maybe not at breakfast.
Also, this is child.
Oh, yeah,
It made me piss glow too. When I woke up in the middle of the night and I needed a piss, I pissed off the cliff and my piss was glowing too.
So you brought up a good point about the child, so I'll keep my. I forgot there's a child.
I'm going to gift Cadence with another alacrity.
Perfect.
And myself as well.
Perfect. Got it.
I'm gonna do eggs today, not risotto again. It's gonna be
Got
eggs
it.
with mushrooms, like an omelet.
Hell yeah, egg and mushroom omelets, delicious. The omelets glow. Give me another cook cheese tinsel check, actually, to see if they glow or not.
Cool.
Have you stuffed a bunch of this into your freezer locker thing?
As we clear out the food, I will put the mushrooms in, but they should keep for a little while.
Yeah.
Oh, it was almost a 19.
Oh.
You have advantage with your book.
Oh, true. You have advantage, and don't forget
right.
your lore, too, if you didn't already have that. There we go.
That's better.
Nice. Even higher than yesterday. These ones, if you eat it, you will glow for 8 hours.
10.
Actually, 10 hours. Make that 10. Sorry.
So we can basically glow for the movement of our day.
Yeah. For the movement part of your day, you guys start eating these mushroom omelets, and will be like emanating a little bit of a soft glow, as if like glow in the dark, sort of.
Help keep us together.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, we will have a harder time losing one another.
And with that, you guys pack up your campsites, eat your breakfast, and begin on your way. Norbu begins to lead the path. And you begin moving through enormous enormous caves, slowly working your way at a downward grade. The terrain is much the same as the previous day, except at a absolutely colossal scale. Where yesterday you were moving through caves that required you at times to crawl on hands and knees, pressed between narrow fissures of stone, today you move through yawning, vast caves of which you at times cannot even see the ceilings or the furthest walls, through crevices the width of great valleys, along ledges as wide as cliff sides. That said, movement isn't without some challenges. There are places where you must climb down rocky slopes, or move carefully across slick stone, or traverse your way around stalagmites as tall as the karsts of the surface. For you, boss, you're seeing like stalagmites that are the size of the spires back home almost, or some of the smaller spires at least. But the challenge is nothing like yesterday's tedious crawl through the combined spaces of the Upper Dark. You find yourself covering a lot more ground today, or at least you do... Or at least you may. This kind of, in an ironic way compared to yesterday, is where Timothy's slowness begins to really show its face. The rest of you can now move at the same pace you'd move through an open field most of the time, like moving pretty quickly. Timothy is now hobbling on crutches and can barely keep up with you guys at that pace. Norbu, kind of to whoever's in front furthest from Timothy, kind of quietly says... we may move at this pace and move safely and be fine. It will take us 2 days instead of 1. If someone carries the lad, we will reach Hollow Hive by nightfall. I leave it to you. Essentially, above board, if someone carries Timothy, you'll get to Hollow Hive by the end of the day. If you don't, it's going to take you 2 days. The penalty being carrying Timothy is going to give you some exhaustion and potentially harm your skill checks if they come up.
Question.
Yes.
Based on what we talked about Norbu later, this might be the day where we have to do some stealth.
Yes, potentially. Norbu also says that, yeah. This is... In these parts of the dark, there are far more creatures which may require moving around and moving more carefully. Perhaps not taking always the same ways, creating new paths as needed. So I leave it to you guys. Is somebody going to carry Timothy, or are you guys just going to move half speed?
I'll get down and let him climb up on the back.
Okay, cool. Lovely. So with that, you guys find yourself covering a lot more ground today, just kind of gradually working your way downward by climbing rock faces and delving through caves. You continue to see bizarre alien flora and fauna thriving in this dark and otherworldly place. There are more of these bioluminescent mushrooms, huge bugs the size of maybe like those beetles you saw in the forest on the surface, though none that at least in these first couple of hours pay you any mind or bother you any. Strange mosses and roots for which you see no parent plant. You hear often and frequently movement and strange bestial sounds in the dark beyond the radius of your light. There is a pervasive sense that there is abundant life teeming around you in the shadows, but all of it is deliberately shying away from your lights, especially since all of you are glowing. Such that you're kind of surrounded by a near constant movement and skittering and flapping that is sourceless and invisible to you.
Sucks.
Yeah, it's not fun, but remains not dangerous, at least for the time being. Whoever's kind of leading the way, give me a perception check.
I'll take that.
Is that not Norbu?
Yeah, but say like, isn't
I'm sorry, among you guys. Norbu will
Okay.
do this too, but whoever's kind of keeping their eyes open, I guess we'll put it that way.
Just one.
Whoever is proficient in perception, give me a perception check. Let's do that.
So I had 18.
18, great.
21.
21, great.
25.
Nice. Hell yeah. All really good. Beautiful.
10. There's a reason why I wear glasses.
I always roll worse than my passive.
You can take your passive here.
Oh.
Either way,
13.
Plenty of you have succeeded, so there's no issues here, really. You, at one point, the light, kind of at the very edge of the leading edge of the light of your whoever's leading the way with your lantern, kind of catches a patch of these dark gray-brown mushrooms that are covered in holes, like kind of porous. The holes are like maybe an inch wide or so. And as your light shines on them, they start to physically shrink back and away from the light. And there's just a light, like emitting from the holes. And a couple of you notice this. Norbu also kind of puts a hand up and says, we should move away from those. They become very loud when agitated by light. And kind of just leads you a wide berth around these mushrooms.
I like that.
Until the light gets far enough away from them, they kind of stop whistling.
That's a pretty interesting evolutionary thing. They make noise to attract something that kills the light.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, for the first couple of hours of the day's travel, things are largely uneventful. You just kind of are moving your way through this colossal cavernous space. About an hour or so after you pass by all of those mushrooms, you begin to see all of you, nearly, not all, everyone who rolled better than 18 on your perception check, or 18 or better, I should say, which was several of you. As you're moving through a kind of a cavernous space, moving almost through a valley-sized ravine, you see kind of flying up the valley towards you what looks like maybe very large bats or something. But as they get a little bit closer, you essentially see a moving shadow crawling along the side of the valley that begins kind of darts back and forth and then up and over like it's a creature, like it's a shadow that is a living thing. But you see it Norbu kind of stops and begins to reach for a little knife at his side and says, "These could be dark mantles. We should get into hiding." But before he even does so, you see that the shadow takes up to the air and gives you guys a quite wide berth, flying up and over you. You see them pass over a number of these. They look like squids, kind of. These big, maybe 5 foot long squids whose tentacles are webbed in between, so they almost just look like leathery spheres with a pointed hat. That sort of fly by in shadow. But they, because you guys are lit up by these this light effect, do not move to attack you. Because they're just really eager to kill something. You can attack them as they pass by you, but they seem to be moving to just pass by you.
I will arm myself if I see Norbu to get a weapon.
He does the
out,
same.
but
He seems surprised to see them go by. It's clear that Norbu, for the first time of this journey, expected you guys to get attacked by
So
something.
it seems like it's the mushroom.
Maybe. For what it's worth, when they go wide of us, I look down to see if it's actually us they're avoiding or if there's something else down here.
Good point.
Yeah.
The perception check's already rolled, yes. You look around, and it does seem to be you.
Weird.
And Norbu looks at you and says, "It's a handy trick." He looks to Morisco. To keep that in mind. I knew they were not fond of light, but usually they try to smother it.
It's probably best in a large group rather than just a single person, I would assume.
Perhaps. Either way, maybe we should keep moving.
What does Timothy Crimple think about this?
He watches them go by and goes, "Blimey, look at those. Is the shadow part of them? Is that something that they do? Is that magic?"
It's just
And Norbu says it is. They can create shadow around them. They create darkness. We should move before they realize that we may have still been easy prey. And as they disappear off into shadow, you guys press onward.
Was this the combat you had prepared for us?
Not really.
Okay.
It was a little mini combat, potentially. Another hour or so goes by, and you guys begin to hear the sound of rushing water in the distance. Strange sound. You've been hearing a lot of just drip, drip, drip here and there, but you start to hear, as you get a little bit closer, it sounds like the roaring of a waterfall. And you begin to approach a massive column of water that you can see in the distance that sort of comes into focus the closer you get. Pouring down almost in a cylinder as if from some gargantuan faucet somewhere up above, maybe some 40, 50 feet in diameter, just a perfect cylinder of water pouring down. You can't see the source as you look up, it just kind of disappears into darkness above you. Norbu says, "It falls through the adamantine layer, a pore not unlike the one that we climbed down. And this water kind of creates a massive rushing river that carves and flows its way through the Underdark, which you guys kind of begin to follow. Following beside this subterranean river, with your perception checks, you see strange eyeless fish swimming around in it. There's like glowing algae kind of forming on the shores and on the rocks. There's like pulsing, undulating oozes along the rocky banks of the river. Just all kinds of bizarre living things down here. And eventually this river reaches a massive chasm where it cascades over the edge in a huge waterfall. Looking down over the edges so far below that you can barely see the kind of distant glowing some thousands of feet below. And Norbu says, this is a very difficult climb. There are safer and faster ways. And he kind of leads you off to the side where there is a network of kind of smaller cave tunnels. Still a little bit bigger than what you went through yesterday, but closer to the caves of the surface world. Maybe roughly the size of those like mining tunnels that you went through yesterday. And you kind of begin to wind your way down through like a cave network kind of off to the side of where this waterfall is, kind of winding your way down to meet its bottom at some point. As you're moving through this cave, up ahead you begin to see just kind of like a faint blue-green kind of glow. You right away recognize the color of ether salt. There's kind of a glow of ether salt ahead. You...
I'll just probably under my breath just whisper ether salt.
You see all these like kind of vaguely green glowing bits along the walls. It's like, it's not like big crystals. It's like veins of this like fine mineral kind of dust almost. Salt being the name of it. Norbu stops for a moment and looks at it. Says, this was not here when last I traveled this way. It must have just formed in the zenith. Yeah, you kind of step into this cave where there's a bunch of just kind of glowing green sort of patches of ether salt.
I'm assuming it's safe to just walk up and touch it as long as I'm not like doing like forced to.
Yeah, as far as like the ether salt itself, yeah. If you don't like, you have to be very careful like trying to like mine it. But yeah, if you just like go and touch it a little bit, it's not going to like explode.
I want to go up and just kind of like rub my fingers on it. Because I've never felt like ether salt.
Yeah, felt it raw in nature. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in this room, is the glow enough that we can see the entire room?
It is not. I think your glow is, and your lamp light glow is, but the light it's emitting is pretty faint.
So this room is fully lit.
It is lit because of you guys' lights, yes. Not by the ether salt, but it is lit, yes.
How is ether salt normally mined? Is it like scraped? Is it like pickaxe?
Typically they like mine a big chunk of rock that has salt in it, and then they kind of gently work it out of it with like very fine.
So pretty much you have to
paleontology kind of.
Okay, you have to kind of carve the rock around it.
Yeah, essentially so. That's generally how it's done. Just because like if you like take a pickaxe to it and whack it, that's enough force to shatter it and do random magic, which can cascade pretty dramatically. As you reach and kind of touch the rock on the wall next to you, there's a weird little moment where you are like touching the wall and you feel it like under your hand, like undulate, like something is, it almost feels like an egg about to crack, like something is like pushing out of the wall. And then the whole like wall steps like out of the wall. And this big boulder guy,
he's so cute.
Kind of steps out of the wall. And just kind of, he almost has like an ape-like posture. He kind of puts his front fist down and...
I'm going to try responding in Undercommon.
You say something to... What do you say?
Like, sorry, I didn't see you.
He says... It's hard to tell that he says anything, but he makes a sound that sounds like stone rubbing on stone and gravel pouring out of a bucket. You may recognize that he is speaking Terran. He's speaking Primordial. I do not.
I'll just kind of like put my hands up and just kind of back away from the wall.
As he speaks Terran, as he speaks Primordial, Timothy Crimple goes like, "Oh, he says you should not touch that."
Right.
I can speak Elemental.
That's pretty cool.
I don't know how.
Probably.
Not sure when I learned that.
Oh,
Is this the first time you are realizing that you can speak elemental?
I think maybe it's the first time I've known for sure, yeah. I had an inkling. There's been some times at Eldemore when they presented us with like little things that... let me try something. Ahem. And he opens his mouth, and the sound that comes out is stone rubbing against stone and gravel. You see his eyes glow, like the left eye where it's like freckled with like glitter, glows like kind of a deep green as he speaks Terran to this thing. And then he goes, "Blimey, I can!"
I'll kind of... Does... I don't want to be racist here, but Norbu is like mostly rock. Does he seem to understand?
He shakes his head. He says, "I am only familiar with Undercommon and surface tongues. However, it likely is here protecting the salts. You may wish to take a step back from that."
Yeah. I actively have like already said it.
Yeah, you take a little bit of step back, and it seems like content by that. It sits there in kind of like a defensive posture, but it speaks to Timothy, and Timothy speaks back, and Timothy says, "Well, it says that it don't want no trouble with us. If we don't want no trouble with it, it just wants us to leave the salt alone."
Does he know if there's anything else around that's dangerous?
"Oh, I can ask." And he begins talking to it, and the sound of stones clattering on stones, and he like giggles as it's talking back to him. He says, "Sorry, I just haven't gotten used to being able to do that. That's pretty fucking crazy. Do you know what it's like to begin speaking a language you didn't know you could speak?"
Language. But yes.
Yes. Yes. He says, "Yes, there's lots of dangerous things about. Yes. Many." That's it. What do you want me to... you ask him what kind?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And he starts asking him things in Terran, and eventually says, yeah, he says there's like things that fly, and things that drill into the stone and take rocks, and things that, he says if you go deep enough, there's the big worms, but we knew that, I think. And he says that there's dangerous plants, and he says that there's dangerous fish, and he says that there's dangerous bugs, lots of dangerous things. Mostly, he says, don't touch the ether salt. Which this is, and he looks at ether salt, you see him doing some head math. It's like, that's a lot of ether salt. That could be worth quite a lot of money. Don't tell
That's the math he did? The math was like, yep, that's a lot.
I had considered it, but we would have to take it to the Citadel and through their security.
That's true. That's true. That could be
so,
troublesome.
Perhaps on the way out, we can rethink our relationship with this Caleb
It would be such an undertaking.
Yes.
Dangerous.
Sure. I also don't necessarily like the idea of destroying an element in its home.
I have plenty.
Yeah. It was here first.
Can you ask him when it formed?
He speaks to it in Terran, and he says, well, he said it's a baby, so I don't know if that means, like, very new, I assume. I don't know if baby's quite the right word. It's weird to try to parse the exact meaning of a word that I didn't know I knew until a couple seconds ago. It sounds like baby, or like young, new.
Probably within the last couple of weeks.
So growing?
Yeah, presumably. Stands to reason.
Does he just go around and find them?
He asks him. It doesn't remember.
Is he baby too?
It says yeah.
Alright, let's get a move on then.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
And with that, as you guys kind of move further down this cave system and off into the deeper parts of the Underdark, I think that's a lovely spot for us to go ahead and wrap up. We'll see you all next time on Figure This Out. Love you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Yeah.